So, A&B is the greatest archive anyone could ever ask for.
You know, of all the books I've read, of all the other online tutorials I've seen, this was the missing key.
Every video is like packed with this information that I would never be able to get anywhere else. So I would say this is the greatest resource for learning animation.
For me, A&B Animation Library is hands down the best animation learning resource that I've seen. I've tried all the tutorials, I've gotten all the books. I've never been able to really grow until I found A&B.
And it's incredible. I've only just begun it, but I definitely am getting more from that than I did from my 1.5 years of college.
I've noticed definitely that my animation has improved a lot, and it's more alive than ever. And what I also like about this animation training is that you also gain real confidence.
Real Animator Training Library is unequivocally the best resource for animation, 2D animation, traditional hand-drawn animation that I've seen.
So I wholeheartedly recommend the A&B Real Animator Training Library to anybody who wants actual knowledge and actual applicable concepts to create their own animation and to move forward in the field of animation and to set your work above those that are just kind of teaching themselves and not learning these tried and true classic concepts.
A&B is motivated by his students' successes and improvements. He's a great teacher, a great animator with over 20 years experience in the industry, so you can't really get much better than that. I strongly recommend him to anybody.
I'm thinking on how to put in words what I feel about it. I love that. It approached me from my dream of becoming an animator. Every cent I paid in there was worth it.
I like that the library is structured. I can go back and watch it anytime I want to, and he's just got so much knowledge. And I just highly recommend it to anyone who's out there looking to learn traditional 2D animation.
So thank you, MB, so much. And thank you so much for all you done for me.
So, are you going to join the library?
Hello and welcome once again to another edition of AMB Animation Livestream. Right, well, we got another great stream for you today. I really enjoyed the last one where we had a look at the great milk cows, Shere Khan. We made a study. I hope all you guys felt very much empowered and motivated after watching that stream. It certainly motivated me. Studying from a master like that. Now we're going to be doing something a little bit different today. We're going to stick with the tailspin thing because I'm enjoying it so much. And I had an idea, and I'm going to show you that idea when we switch over to the screen. So I had an idea of the next shot that I want to animate. It's going to go before the dancing shot. And I was going to put just Shere Khan in there, but then I had an idea to use another tailspin character called, let me put my phone on silent. My wife's on a shopping spree at the moment, sending me all her dresses and things like that. My wife and daughter, actually. So I thought about putting the character, the air pirate Don Carnage, in the scene. So I'm going to be familiarizing myself with that character today, and it's not going to be the usual like when I do the review streams where you see me just drawing and looking at the notes on the model sheet. That's like baby stuff. So what I'm going to do today is I'm just going to glance at the model sheet, and I already kind of looked a bit yesterday. I did one drawing of him, but I don't really know the character so well. Now I have to point out that Tailspin, the initial character designs, the model sheets are drawings before the characters are finalized and cleaned up and put on this final line model. where they kind of look kind of ugly on Saturday morning, the initial roughs on the model sheet, they were probably done by really strong designers from the original Disney studio and then farmed out, and then the quality of these TV shows goes down and down and down. So that's why I was able to look at Milk Cow's Shere Khan to study to animate a good Shere Khan, but I'm not really going to study Tailspin's animation because it's very weak. So I'm going to look at the model sheet of Don Carnage, and I am going to have a play. So what you're going to watch me do today is you're going to watch how an experienced me, rather than when I was just starting out in the industry, and this will actually save a lot of you if you're doing hand-drawn animation, real animation. If you've already got the rig, then maybe not. But this will save a lot of time to people doing hand-drawn animation, this approach that I'm going to show you. Because when I would come into a studio and I would be given my scene straight away, I would immediately feel all the pressure of having to learn the character, and I've got to animate the scene, and this is the deadline, and all those insecurities are all there. And I'm feeling the pressure, but then the more and more stronger you get, the more and more familiar you get, the more and more real animator level you get. Basically, it's all easy. Adapting to model sheets and things like that is all easy. And then what I would do towards the end of my career, and then animation side, and then before I transitioned into storyboard, is I would go in, and rather than animating the scene that I've been given, because I'm so fast and so strong, I would just play and do a quick little walk cycle and do a head rotation of the character to familiarize myself with that. So what I'm going to do here today is I'm going to just look at the model sheet, and I'm going to familiarize myself with it, do a 360 little just front 3/4 profile, 3/4 back of the Don Carnage character, and familiarize myself with that, and maybe even have him just do a few like main positions of a walk. And it's going to be a fun stream. You're just going to watch me familiarizing myself with this pretty strong character design from the Disney animated 90s TV show Tailspin. Before I do that, I'm just going to say hello to the few people who have taken the time to introduce themselves in the chat. We've got Dylan Royer. How are you, sir? Good to see you. My name is AMB, Urshad Mirza Beg. AMB Animation. Urshad Mirza Beg Animation, Animation, Motivation, Belief. It's just easy to call me AMB, because that's what I stand for. Cameron Allen Davidson Black, how are you? Lady Tigre Comics, good to see you. Travis, the Inser Animate, he's online, there he is. Mr. Leon is excited, good to have you. Renata SHP, and the mighty Dylan Draws. Okay, right, let's all start. Oh, Silver Sun, how are you? Let's all start giving you some increase. Let's make you feel the power, feel the value, feel the motivation when you watch this stream, because those of you who are here are the usual people who are here. So I know why you're here, so I'm here to give you that power. I'm here to give you some of my power. It's my pleasure to do that. Okay, right. So this is the layout. I haven't completely worked the layout. Like if you look here, I'm thinking about the background. So the layout of this shot is going to be Shere Khan sitting with his drink, and Don Carnage is sitting here with his drink, and there's going to be some great interaction and animation. I'm going to do a stream maybe where I talk about how I'm going to plan out their movements. But as I said, I studied Shere Khan in the last stream by studying some of the awesome animation from the Jungle Book to familiarize myself with his head more so than his body, because his body's very different in the Tailspin show. This drawing I just did off the bat yesterday late in the night, and looking at the model sheet. So I don't really know this character as well. He's pretty generic, but he's bloody good. So let's have a quick look. Let's have a quick look at this character. So I've got the head over here. Now there's some notes on the model sheet, but you know, obviously when they animated the show they didn't really stick to these notes because it's, you know, you can look at you could just Google and you could see he's drawn in all manner of ways. Right, so they basically say that his head is the usual, but at the bottom of the sphere is where his eyes are going to be, and then you've got these side elements here like this. He's got an eye here, another eye shape here, and he's got his eyebrows. Excuse me, I've just got a bit of a shake in my wrist. I did a few push-ups before coming on stream. Maybe I shouldn't have, but hopefully it'll go away. So now he's got a snout with his nose up here like that, and his mouth fits in here like this. So that's the basic. I'm gonna make my brush size a little smaller, and we've got that coming there like that. There we go. Right, so I'm gonna work with a smaller brush. It's more forgiving on my, don't know why I only did 50 push-ups. That's nothing. Anyway, right, so there we go. So that's the basic construction of his head. Now I'm going to make a quick drawing of his head following that construction. So we've got the eye line here. Now in there we've got his eye shape with a half eye like that. Now this is where they've kind of taken from the Shere Khan model. So he's got an eye mask, and they say it goes in line with his cheeks, and we've got something like that. There we go. And the nose shape is like this. Another little kind of like small muzzle sits on the end. It's almost like the dog, the old traditional dog, Mickey's dog, Pluto, right? And then in line with this is his mouth, right? So then here his mouth comes underneath, and then we have something like that at the bottom. Now here are the sides of his head, which were this, and we're going to throw in the cheeks like that. And they say that the right ear is always droops lower than the left side, but there's no real consistency here, because on this, maybe they're talking screen right, screen left, but on this they're kind of pretty even. So you've got like, wow, my wrist is really, my arm is shaking like mad. I don't know what's happening there, but I may just have to just scribble through these to get warmed up. These are my first drawings of the day, and I don't understand, normally this doesn't happen, so you'll have to just bear with me and excuse me while I'm being kind of like extra rough today. Something needs to be sorted. Let me just bang my chest. Excuse me. Yeah, that should sort that out. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Right. Good. Right. So let's now work on the profile of the head. Right. So the profile of the head is going to be somewhat around about here like this. And then we've got the side of the eye, which will have the eye mask like this. So I'm just going to play, right? Knowing what I know from the, how to animate a character turnaround, which is what I showed you all in the Real Animator Training Library. In the Advanced Archive, we turn around the character's model. Right, so here the snout comes forward, and then this shape here is going to push out to the side, and we're just going to keep the nose there like that. So that's how that works, right? And we're going to look at the shape of his mouth. Almost quite Charlie-ish Don Bluth, All Dogs Go to Heaven vibe, almost to this. Now this is interesting. His other eyebrow is visible in the profile view, and it comes up like that, and then we're gonna keep the sphere of the head hair like this. And his cheeks move to the side, but not really, like it's like a cheat. You keep the back of his head hair like this, right? Let's just see how that's working. We don't really have a front view. Maybe I'll make up the front view of his head, and then I'll look at the model sheet to see how far I was with it. That's another thing that I like to do, even when I'm starting straight off the bat with these characters. So this ear then goes hair in line with, it's all staying in line, but it goes in line with his head like that. All right, so we have the head turned this way. Let's throw in a front view, and then I'll throw the front view at the, so I'm going to try and make up this front view, right? And then I'm going to open the model sheet and see how far I was from this, right? So his eyes are going to be 1, 2, 3 like this. The eye mask is going to be here like this. The nose is going to probably be in the middle like this, and the mouth is going to shoot off to the side with his bottom lip like that. I'll tidy them up a bit, but I'm just trying to get my hands used to drawing, because for some reason I've got the shakes in my arm today. I don't know why. Right, so this comes across here like this. To be honest with you though, if this was like what I'd be doing in the industry, I probably wouldn't really bother with tidying it up, you know. So this I would keep like this, maybe put it back a bit like that, right? So that's a little bit out. Right, I'm going to open the model sheet and see how far off I was from the front view, but that turns all right. Let me go to my references. Here he is. Here's his front view. Now he's got his mouth open in my references, but it's not far off at all. This ear in the model sheet is more down, but I want to stick to the turn. Right. What I'm going to do now is we've now got. I'm going to take this. I'm going to get this. Control C. Control V. I'm going to lose this one. So we've got that now, right? We've got that. And now I'm going to look at the, do I have a back view of him? Yes, I do have a back view of him. Bum, bum, bum. Again, the back view I don't really need. His the model sheet. It's very easy. It's just that same shape of his head, just like that, with a bit of a neck there. And his ear will have gone higher on this side, and the other one would have, which way is he turning? So he's turning there, yeah, so that ear would be up there, and this ear would be down there like that. And that is what they've actually got on the model sheet. So we have something like that. All right, so that's pretty much all that there is to the back of him. So let's take that. Let's put that there. Bum, bum, bum. Blah. So the head turn is almost done. I'll only turn it that way around like that. So let's do the rear 3/4 now. And what I'll do is, just as my arm is kind of healing whatever was happened to it. See, it's still my line placement is really odd. But anyway, so after doing these drawings, I'll come back and tidy them up a little bit, and then I will go to the. I'll do that. I'll have a quick look in the chat and see if anybody's got any questions. Just give my arm some little bit of recovery time. I don't know what happened, as I said, but I don't want to linger on it. It'll go right. So let's get the ear. The ear is actually in the model sheet that I've got. They're keeping it this way. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. The reverse curve will happen afterwards. So the ear is like this, and the head is here like that. Now I wouldn't have shown his eye, but I'm looking at the 3/4 back since I've got the model sheet open, and they've got his eye there like that, and his nose is going to be following that, coming in here like this, down here, and this is going to come up like that. So that is his, and then what they've got coming behind here like this, something there to give the head its turn. Okay, so I'm gonna, I may just leave it, but I'll tidy it up a little bit just to consolidate his facial features. But that's, you know, essentially the head turn of the character. So what I would do if I was starting this scene and I had to, like they said, right, we want to animate these two characters, and I just came into the studio, which is, you know, my experience of working on features is, you know, Disney wasn't always the only way where you had a staff. You know, we'd be freelancers, we'd walk into a project, they'd give us the model sheets, give us a scene, the director would tell us what. We're completely fresh. We're expected to understand the characters from watching the animatic reel of the film, and then we have to go away and do it. So this is what I would do. The first thing I would do is I'd be right, okay, well, let me tackle this character. Let me first get familiar with his head. So that's essentially what I've done. Right, so I'm not going to spend too long tidying these up, but I will. It's only 20 minutes into the stream, but I will tidy them up in a little bit, just a little bit better than this, so it gives you something to look at. This is already pretty good for you to see, but let's just show you, you know, inspire you, make you feel more increased that you can do this sort of stuff with the right training. But I'm going to quickly go and look at the chat, because just to give my arm a little bit of a breather. I don't know why. Let it sort itself out. Right. So maybe we've got some questions that I can answer when I go back. I'll be going back pretty quick. I'm just giving my arm a breather. Thank you, Mr. Leon. Max Bauer, how are you? Gaydon, hello, how are you? Good to have you on my stream. Anthony Frias. No, Anthony Frias, I'm not working on Little Red. Little Red is, I made it's a proposed 4-minute film, and I completed 1.5 minutes of it, and I said to the people, I put it out there, I said, look, I've worked very hard on this, but I have other things to do. If you would like me to finish this, here's the crowdfunder. So I put a link to my crowdfunder, I spent a lot of money on advertising that crowdfunder, and I believe Little Red is a huge success in many ways, but it didn't really achieve the funding anywhere near, even my expenses, all right, of what I put into the crowd to get it as many views that it got. So what that tells me is perhaps my audience is not interested in seeing Little Red. I haven't written Little Red off. I would very much love to continue with Little Red, Anthony, but there's just no interest in anybody contributing to that. I got a few contributions from some loyal AMB animation followers, and I'm so thankful to them for that. But as I said, even the budget that was spent in advertising it on YouTube to get people aware of it, otherwise it would have just probably got 1,000 views like all my other videos, and I didn't want that. So I made sure it got at least it's got almost 200,000 views now, and I still put my own money into advertising it because I believe in it. But it's taken so much that unless I can raise some money, I'm not going to put any more into that. I'm moving forward. It is still a very successful project because it has, it's not always about the money. That project has done a lot for me. It's done a lot in guiding me in as a stepping stone into creating great content, that it is possible to create great content on my own and with a small group of people, and to bring Real Animator Studios into fruition. So I'm not looking at Little Red in any way as a failure, but in terms of the completion of Little Red, Anthony, unless an investor comes in, I don't see there are no donations being made for Little Red, so I've just kind of put it on hold, and we'll see. But so in the meantime, I've got Real Animator training to be continuing with, and I've got to keep my YouTube channel alive and keep people interested in the training library by creating content that they're interested in. And I'm going to keep pushing my own stuff, but Little Red is now stepped back and we're working on Groundhopper instead. But as I said, I've also got to create content for Real Animator training, which is, let's not forget, it's the Real Animator Training Library memberships that keep all this afloat. It's the Real Animator Training Library memberships that bring me the income to continue doing all this stuff. So I have to prioritize my training, and I have to find ways of making that training exciting and interesting to people who are not members that are looking to improve, so they'll be able to see that, and that's what this is. Thank you, Mute Midori. No, Anthony Frias is not rude. I'm actually really grateful to Anthony Frias, but thank you, Mute, for Anthony Frias is passionate about one of my projects, and that means a lot to me. So thank you, Anthony. I'm passionate about it too, and I'm upfront about it. Like, as I grow, you grow. So the thing is as I'm doing all this and you see me succeeding, and you also see what it takes to succeed, you also see a lot of energy being put into things, and things perhaps not happening the way we would like them to happen. That doesn't mean that they haven't worked, but you gotta stay motivated, you gotta stay on the target, you gotta stay onward and upward, and that's what's happening to me, and you're all seeing it, and you're all seeing it happening to those who have joined my program and working with me. But I love putting it all out there, documenting all of our successes and all of our, I don't want to say failures, because I believe Little Red is an absolute success in many ways. I wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for Little Red. I wouldn't probably be thinking, oh, I'll color it all in and I'll do all the backgrounds if it weren't for that. So it's a huge success, and it's a huge stepping stone onto other things. But I love putting it all out there and documenting it all for you guys, so you have a roadmap for when you're trying to succeed and you're feeling demotivated and you're feeling that it's not happening and this and that. Just understand that time will pass, and if anything, you can say, remember A and B, remember A and B. That guy went on and on and on and on, and he went up and up and up and up and up. And people, more and more people signed up to his program, more and more people learned. Everybody started getting into traditional hand-drawn animation. He didn't have all of the big studios and all of the software giants backing him, sponsoring him. He was actually ignored and sidelined by all of the other channels, but he didn't give a shit. He just basically continued and continued, and he succeeded, and you can too. And that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm giving this little bit of time to you all to explain this. You know, let's not hang on things. Little Red, this, everything is just a segment of the eternal moment of existence, which is eternal, and your life is a segment of that too. So don't let your life get caught up in another little segment of that, whether it's good, whether it's bad. Keep moving forward, keep pushing on, keep doing great work. Okay, well, thanks for that, guys. I'm going to continue doing this, but thank you again, Anthony Frias. I love the fact that you really want to see Little Red. I would love to finish it at some point. Okay, let's have a look at the let's start putting this guy together. Right, so it's 30 minutes in. I haven't really, I want to get a lot done today. I want to make this stream as valuable for you all as I can. That's the great thing about all of this. Like, I sit there and whatever I think of, I think that all of this has been extremely successful. We've got people like Octavio Velasquez getting jobs in anime. We've got people like Travis the Animate, who's really upped his game, and he's starting to forge quite a sizable community on Twitter with his animation. And it's just fantastic to have been part of their growth, development, and progress. To have done this thing, and you got Charlene. Charlene is now, really upping her skills. Aaron AOX, Life Fantasy. There's no end of them. There's no end of people. I know them all, but I've kind of lost count of the amount of people I've touched and affected by doing this stuff. And it's extremely important. It's what it's all about. Right, so this, I'm not going to try and make the mouth shape even and perfect and everything. I've got a lot more stuff to do. So we've got the eyebrows like this, which come here down there like that. And then we have the eyes. Now his eyes actually touch the eyebrows, so I've got to try and incorporate a bit of that in. I'm not going to spend too much time getting a clean line. My shoulder is a little bit better. Now he's got what I might do is I might however nice his design is, it's still a little Saturday morning in comparison. If you look at the way I drew Shere Khan hair, and you look at the Shere Khan just Google Shere Khan tailspin, it's so poor in comparison to the way Milk Cow draws Shere Khan. So I've taken the Milk Cow Shere Khan, and I'm going to try and maybe feature up this character a little bit. Maybe not. But it's also down to the level of the people working on the show. They're all just like, the show was animated by C. Young Animation. I don't know, I think that was either in Japan or China, Wang Film, or one of those, Indonesia. So done very quick, and the layouts were drawn, as I've said, in the UK. by people who I've worked with, and while some of them are very nice, cordial, lovely people, their skills were nothing to write home about. So that's why when you look at the drawings on the model sheet on a show like this, they're leagues ahead of the actual drawings we see in the show. Right, now have I got the other sheet open? Yes, I have, where we can see his ears from the front. So I'm looking a little bit at the model sheet now to get his ear. Now he's got like a kind of little W in his ear like that. And it comes down the side. And the other ear comes straight here like that. Okay, so that's the front view, right? That's the view that I made up pretty much, looking at this. Right, so now we're going to do the 3/4 view. I will make sure that the top of my head kind of matches that. I'm not going to get the turnaround to be 100% perfect, because I want to actually do a bit of animation with the character as well. This is just me familiarizing myself with his head shape, right? Which I feel is a lot better than trying to just do sketches from the in your sketch pad, or just sketching the character from the model sheet. Again, if you're not very experienced in hand-drawn animation, it might be a little difficult for you to do it this way, and it's probably more easier and comfortable for you to sketch the character from the model sheet on separate bits of paper, like but if you're more seasoned and you understand a little bit about animation, I know that people who have been through perhaps my intermediate archive, maybe the basics archive of the real animator training library, they may be able to approach it this way and garner something from it. Let's make sure that that all kind of lines up. Yeah. And again, I'm not really concerned too much about having it lining up perfectly, but just enough. Now I'm also using this as an opportunity to let my whatever shakes I had in my hand subside, which they certainly feel like they're gone now, thank goodness. Right, so there we are. So that's the head from this side. Now this ear is gonna not move too much, but it's gonna slightly change its shape like that. I'm gonna look at it this way. And we've got the ear again here. We're not going to do too much changing of the ear, because that's where the cheat happens, where you kind of keep it in the side view, in the silhouette like that, as it turns and changes. Right, so then here we've got this coming out like that. So, and then there's a bit of his, he's got some cheeks on this side, but I would probably personally eliminate that if I was drawing that, because it flattens the character out a little bit, especially when you look at his profile. What are my favorite animated movies? Showman asks. Hands down, my favorite animated movie is The Sword in the Stone. the Walt Disney classic Sword in the Stone. It is just, it may not be the most absorbing deep content, and I like meaningful deep storytelling, but the animator in me just can never tire of watching this this film. Like every time I watch it, I'm just blown away by the character acting, particularly of Sir Hector, and Merlin and Archimedes and Madame Mim. They're all just so perfect, is the only word I could use when I look at that stuff. Just perfect. It's for me, it's the height. Now, it is a different kind of storytelling to a movie, for example, like Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron or Prince of Egypt, which are some modern classics that I think are strong movies. But I would, I just like looking at the animation of Milk Carl and the Nine Old Men. So those Disney movies, the older movies with their, like, I wasn't born in those times. I was born in the late 70s. But those movies, so I can understand why some people might not be able to relate to the storytelling because of the kind of filmmaking people get. Every generation gets brought up on a new film. But as I said, for me, I just find the animation just perfection. Just absolute perfection. Flawless. Flawless. So here we have that. Right, so we're going to extend the nose out a little bit to the side here, like that. And we're gonna have to look at where his muzzle is here, so it's gonna go a little lower there, like this. There. So here I am kind of referring to the model sheet. But I'm also looking at the way they change the shape of his chin, his under chin, which we don't really see there. I perhaps made his nose a little bit long, but it's okay. It's good enough. It's just familiarization. All right. Right, so we have, now we've got this. Yeah, let's bring this in very slightly. Right. Not too much. Balance that out a little bit. Right. You could redraw it, and you should redraw it, but I've got a lot to do this stream. If you're training at home, you've got no need to be in a rush, right? I'm live streaming this. I must admit I couldn't stand that Sinbad film. For me, I'm sorry to say, since you brought it up, Chris Sense, for me that's one of the worst animated films I've ever seen. The animation isn't bad in places, but the art direction is awful. The CG backgrounds and the colors and just a horrible film. sorry. I'm just being honest, just thinking out loud. It's just my opinion. Also, I've got some of my heritage is related to areas where Sinbad was. Those tales, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, Sinbad the Sailor. Some of my heritage is from Persia and those kind of places. And I find it pretty disingenuous the way they've made it all Greek, because they perhaps have a little bit of a problem with people from those places. I don't know. So I didn't take to Sinbad at all. And I don't really care about that. That's not the main reason I didn't like it. I just thought it was an insincere load of garbage. The character designs were very ugly as well, except for the actual Sinbad, who looked like a boy band. He was a strong drawing, I guess, James Baxter, but what an insincere, awful. God, I just can't. Let's change the subject. I would rather watch an episode of Dragon Ball Z than Sinbad. Just really. Yes, the animation in Sinbad is light years ahead, but if I want to see good animation, I'll either watch another DreamWorks film like Prince of Egypt, probably the only one, or Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron, probably the only two worth talking about in my opinion, or I will see the many other Disney or Bluth productions out there. So there's nothing special in animation wise for me in Sinbad. It's just a bunch of strong animators doing strong stuff with very weak material. I would rather watch Demon Hunter. I would rather watch any of these, a lot of these things, and just bloody awful. So sorry, you can tell I don't like the film. Sorry to the person who brought it up. Sorry about that. Oh, I love the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Now you're speaking my language. Hunchback of Notre Dame is probably one of the best Renaissance recent Disney feature films. That's more like it. Now that's how to tell a story in animation. Absolutely love that film. The only thing I don't like about it is those awful gargoyles. If you're gonna make a decision to tell something deep and powerful, these executive choices of let's lighten the load. Okay, lighten it, but I mean, the way they just gone too far. You got some man singing by the fireplace about burning a gypsy. Hellfire, dark fire, now it's your turn. Choose me or the fire, or you will burn. It's not my fault. I'm not to blame. It is the gypsy girl, the witch, who set this flame. So these are the lyrics of that. It's quite dark. Strong stuff. And I hope my stream doesn't get flagged for saying that, because I was just quoting a Disney song to make my point about the subject matters. And then you've got some gargoyle suddenly doing armpit farts and going, pour the wine and cut the cheese. I mean, it's just unfortunately, the decision making of some of these, it's an absolutely fantastic film. I love it. But I just don't understand. Another one is Anastasia. Anastasia, they've got this My Fair Lady kind of sweet love story going on with this kind of melodramatic thing, and then you've got this amazing drawing who should have been the highlight of the movie but actually killed it with his bad humor, Rasputin, and this awful bat with this insincere put on voice which sounds like some guy in my classroom putting on a fake voice. I give her a ha and a double ha, and that'll tell her, sir. What a false, fake, awful delivery of lines. Terrible. Just killing the sincerity of a movie. But never mind. There you go. There you go. I still like it. Okay, that is the head rotation. Yeah, I mean, I love the darkness of Disney movies, right? So that is a quick, it's not perfect, but if I go fast enough, we can Sakuga it and make it look impressive. Some of you will understand what I'm talking about. But so that is the initial familiarization of the guy's head, right? So now what I'm going to do is I am going to open up the model sheet of his body. Bum, bum, bum. So we're going to go in tailspin, and we're going to look at nice drawings of his of the character. Yeah, there. Okay, so that's a nice walking pose that we've got of it. So let's make him walk. Let's try and do a walk from this pose on the model sheet, right? So I'm going to take this one pose of the model sheet, and I'm going to do a quick cycle with the character. I'm going to use sakuga as a verb now. Yeah. Sakuga is like a politician for me. Politicians will go on and on and on about something, and they'll use all this flamboyant language, and it'll sound like they're saying something of real worthwhile, but there's absolutely nothing there. Software name. What's the name of the brand of your toilet? Zents one. What toilet do you go to? What toilet do you sit on? What's the make? Okay, right. So it doesn't matter. You're seeing me doing all this amazing work, right? You're watching a master animator. You're very, you might not know who I am, and you might be just stumbling on the screen. But I go on live streams and I piss out work like this while I'm talking, right? There's not many people, in fact, very few people on this earth that can do that all at speed while I'm talking, right? This is an opportunity for you to actually learn something, and I'm being dead serious. So my software, the name of my software is irrelevant. It's not going to help you. What I'm doing here is going to help you, right? So now they've got a pose of this character, and he's doing a walk. So I'm going to just come in here and take this pose of the character, right? Now he's got to be in line here. His head is here. His nose is up here like that. And we're going to do a little cycle of him. And he's got his sword here and his coat and his jacket here like that. Right, so what a nice lovely pose we've got from the model sheet, right? So this is a pose I'm taking from the model sheet, and I'm going to have a quick play with him, right? And I will explain to you about his basic construction which I'm using. So when you learn from me in the training library, you see me talk all about segmenting things, like segmenting this. Then I'm explaining to you about anatomy that exists all in here, and then all this. The thing is you need to know this stuff, which is why you work with the stick man, right? But when you get to this level, you're going to want to go, like many times you see me animating. You see me, let me do an image of the AMB lady here. AMB lady is reading, is on her iPad. Her leg is out here like this. Her other leg is here like this. Her hand is here like this, right? And her head is here like this, and she's got a ponytail, right? So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to start filling that up, right? So there's her little, maybe her little shoe is hanging off there like that. Let's put her in some pants, right? So here she's kind of like holding the iPad here like this, right? So everything is simplified. I'm not drawing like this anymore, right? But you've got to kind of understand all these things, and then you've got to, like I said, everything in life, so whether it's my little red project or anything, is like, here's the jug, right? And then we fill that, right, with knowledge, right? But then once we've taken that knowledge, we are then going to empty that, right, so it can be filled again. All right, so what you see me doing here is not different to this. It is just a few leagues and light years ahead of, even if you're in the advanced archive of the training library. Look, advanced doesn't mean anything special, right? Advanced means that you're just getting ready to get good, in my opinion, right? Okay. Let us now do the next frame of this walk, right? So I'm going to be making up the next frames. So now I'm going to come in here and we're going to keep this leg on this side, right? Then this leg is going to go back on this side. So this now is his arm is going to be here, and his head, let's lower his head slightly like that, right? Then we'll maybe see a little bit of the other arm with the sword, which we'll work out, right? So the sword then is going to be coming here, and the tail, we'll keep the tail back there like this. Yes, so the sword is this way, now the sword is this way, going to be foreshortening to us, right? Right, so we're going to have him doing his walk cycle like this, right? So we got this and we got this, right? So now we're going to do the usual. I've got to think about the pass position between the two, right? So I've also got to think about his attitude. So let me show you what I'll do. I was going to do it myself. All right. So I'm going to be this. So he's like this. He's going to be. So on the down, his body is going to go completely forward like that. Maybe his head's going to come up. Then on the pass position, just halfway, he's going to go up. The pass position is going to be really, really straight. He's going to go down, up, down, up, down. Let's go. We'll go on that on the spot. Okay, so that's how it's going to work. For curiosity, do you like Studio Ghibli? What's your opinion about their animation? My opinion is I love Studio Ghibli, and I love their storytelling. I love their layouts. I love their characters, their storytelling. I love the layouts. I love the cinematography. I love the music. The animation is very weak, though. I don't think it's particularly strong animation. It does the job. There is one film which I'd say has rather strong animation. It's The Grave of the Fireflies. Because of the lack of talking in that film, there's some very observant animation of the Setsuko little girl character, and it is so charming and so well done. So that, but it ain't the animation of Studio Ghibli is no Akira in regards of the way it moves, right? It's not even, there's another film by the guys that did Akira, which is the what is it? Little Nemo. Now I would much rather see the Studio Ghibli movie than that Little Nemo, because that Little Nemo is pretty boring, and in other aspects, and the cinematography is nowhere near the stuff in La Puta Castle in the Sky. The fact is animated films. Now let me just figure this sword out. Let's have it come up before it comes down. Bum, bum. Yeah, animated films aren't just about the animation, right? You can have great animation, but if everything else is shit, especially the story, then it doesn't matter, right? But what a lot of anime and what Studio Ghibli does, which is a lot stronger than a lot of American or Western animation, is the cinematography, the art direction, all of the stuff that we see in like Steam Boy. I mean, you just look at the production design of that. You look at the Ray Steam's room, right? It's just outstanding stuff. The detail that's gone into designing his room. All these little details, they're also very important to making something good. So it's not just about how well, the performance, the acting. Animation is also acting, right? So when I talk about animation, a character animation, we're talking about how good an actor are these things. So Studio Ghibli, I think, has very bad acting, very bad character animation to average character animation. I wouldn't call it bad, just average, run-of-the-mill character animation. But everything else in it is of such a high standard that I don't think it actually matters too much, unless the only thing that matters is a little bit is you don't really, for me personally, I don't emotionally get so involved in their stories. So, for example, in Spirited Away, you had that little girl crying, and you had these really awful big blobs of tears coming down her eyes that were just drawn in such a way, there was no real sincerity to that performance for me. So, in that aspect, it weakens it a little bit for me. Okay, so now as this is going to circle up before it comes back. Yeah, so let's have the sword foreshorten like this way. Bum, 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 bum. So we're going to see how we're really going to bring this walk to life. So the tail, let's bring the tail down. Then we'll have to do a straight ahead run on the tail. I'm not going to worry about that there. All right. Now let us bring more life into this character. Notice how I'm trying to keep him balanced all the time, right? With that big snout, right? So let's work on the breakdown between here and here, which will be the down. So remember, as I acted this thing out, his legs are going to be coming on the down like this, right? And his body is going to be extremely forward. Now, as it's forward, I don't want him to be too overbalanced over his foot, right? So I'm going to turn his back away from us. It should actually have been the other way, but we'll keep it like this. So he should be counterbalancing the other way, like this, right? In fact, let's do that. Let's not cop out. Let's have him counterbalance the other way, right? So we'll bring this. So it should be his back. We can have the nice drawing of the chest. So his head will be this way. Bum, 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 bum. Then the up. So you see, I'm being extremely organic as I'm working out this character's. We're going to just drag his foot like that. Bum, bum, like this. This is going to come this way. Right. There we go. Then we've got the down on this side. This is the down I'm going to be looking forward to. So the down on this side comes like this. You see how I draw, right? This is what it's all about. So when people say it's all about drawing, yes, it is all about drawing, but I'm drawing like an animator at the moment, right? I'm focusing on the movement, right? So let me relate that to that. Yeah, that's pretty much in the same vibe, right? So then we're going to turn this back here like this. Then we're going to straighten up, and then so we've got this, bum 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 bum, then the up. So the up, when I say up, I mean the up of his leg swinging forward, right? Which will probably be more like that. Then we need the forward momentum on his walk. Just something to guide the way. Did I think about the sword? The sword would be bum bum bum. Yep. And then it would be something like this there. Then it would come back on itself here. Then here it would probably stay up rather than coming forward. Bum 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 bum. We need to bring that sword back. Right, so then here it will maybe go down on itself, bum 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 bum, then back. Yeah, that's the sword done. All right. Now I will give myself a rough idea of the tail. Let's give you a quick look at what this is looking like. So we have something. Let's just copy these. Copy panels, edit, copy panels, edit, base panels, edit, base panels. Right. So the cycle is pretty much this, right? So these are the main poses. I'm not really timing it out, but you can see that we've taken the pose from the model sheet. Now I'm going to proceed to draw the character in from that particular model sheet pose. So you can see that it's looking like that. I'm going to rough the tail in, get all of the work done early on. So this for me would be work to be discarded and thrown in the bin, right? It's just like the press ups I did before the stream, right? It's just here to right. So let's think about the line of that tail going down, right? Then we're gonna actually reverse it here, bum bum bum, and then bring it up, bum 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 bum, right? Bring it higher up here. What happened? I rubbed it out. You see, software, filth, crap. That's what software is, right? There we go. So bum 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 bum. Right. Then we're gonna bring the tail down here like that. Yep. Gonna bring that over and around, and that's gonna come back to this. Yep. So we'll work that out. It'll in between back into that, and the rest of these frames can all go.
bum, 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 bum. Yeah, let's have a quick look at that. Hey Diruji, how are you? I listened to your great one conversations. I will send you a link to something, and it's a personal link, so you're going to get a little bit of insight into the great one from it. It's the casting that I gave to the voice actor who is doing his voice, so you can see what kind of goes on. But some of them made me chuckle, especially the last ones. But thank you so much for doing that. It's really sweet of you to try and record some lines for me. I really appreciate that. Right, so that's the walk. I can already see that from an animation standpoint, that's a solid cycle. It's looking great. Let's now make the drawing. Let's now start making some drawings. So let's yellow that, yellow that, yellow that, yellow, 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 the yellow race. Many of you don't even know that probably. Right, okay, right, so let us, it's 4 a.m. Right, so something here was usual software crap has decided to go in the wrong layer because they think you selecting the layers in the thumbnail mode is a intelligent thing to do. Not, which is another reason I'm happy not to endorse any software. I endorse learning animation and drawing. I endorse my program, the Real Animator Training Library. Screw the software, learn the real stuff, right? So here I'm going to now just blow up the walk pose that I'm referring to, and we're going to start drawing in this guy. So let me make the brush a little bit smaller. Let's work with a larger brush. All right, so let's go in here, and I'm not going to be clean. I'm just going to get on with it, right? But it's obviously going to be a little bit tidier than what I did before, right? So that's his eye, his eyebrow. Now, remembering what I remember of the character, the other eyebrow will come off the side, and it will join onto his head, just like that. Then we've got the head and the muzzle, the snout rather, where the smile, he's smiling like that, and he is. So I'm just referring to the model sheet for this one drawing, right? And then I'm going to go and do my own thing, right? So then we have the ear up here and the other ear here like that. There we go. So nice. The shakes have gone from my shoulder and my hand, and now I'm able to just get through this nicely, and it looks nice. Right, nice line. Right, so now I'm not going to focus too much on the actual clothing as of yet. I'm going to take his body and I'm going to treat it like a square wedge like this, right? And it's kind of cut off there, and then we've got the pelvis region here. And I'm going to start to just draw the legs in, right? And he's got these boots which are in 3 sections. So that's the section of the foot, that's the back of the boot there like that. And we're going to do it on this side too. So we've got the front section of the boot is here like that. So there we have that going on. So this is pretty much where his belt is, right? So that's all I need to know where his belt is. I'll come back and do the other garments of his clothing later. What I might do is just throw these on because I can squash and stretch them as I go, right? So he's got these kind of cuffs here. Now his shoulder is here. He's got a big thick jacket on like that with some he's got like cuffs, these cuffs around his jacket here as well. Now I can't really see how he's holding the sword, but we're just going to, I'm gonna have to figure it out. His hand is behind his back holding the sword. It's kind of just a cheat, it's hidden like that, and the sword comes straight like that. All right, and this is his tail. Right, so that is the first pose that we have of him, right? So now I'm going to take the other so I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to find the other key here. Extreme, Mr. Leon Extreme. I like the Jungle Book. I think it's got some amazing animation in there. But I personally prefer Robin Hood and Sword in the Stone. But I do like the Jungle Book. It's great. So now let me get away from the next panel, and I'm just gonna work with this stuff. Now why am I seeing more of these? We just want previous panel. Yeah, that's what we want. So I'm building my extremes here, right? So this head is gonna be here like this, a little bit straighter, a little bit down here like that. Just map out the silhouette, which is like what Milk Cow does, right? And then maybe I'll keep his mouth open. I don't want to do too much, right? Let's just keep his mouth open like that. Right, now I'm going to turn off the onion skin, and I'm going to just focus on putting his facial features in there, right? So we've got that, and the smile is up here like this. Now this is where you really learn the character's model, and you know why? And this is why real animator training is so powerful. Here's why I'm learning the model better than if I was just drawing from the model sheet and making sketches that didn't relate, right? I'm using the thing that makes everything grow, whether it's a muscle, whether it's learning to walk, ride a bike, anything. I'm using the power of repetition, my friends. The power of repetition. And my training program is based all about repetition, which is why I call it training, and I don't call it learning. I don't say that I'm teaching you, I'm training you when you go through real animator training, because training is how you actually build the skills, right? You can get the information. That's the easy part, getting the information. But building the skills, you're going to have to do, and you're going to have to repeatedly do. And artists are, I would say most people who see themselves as artists, they're artists in the making, because they don't, while they might see themselves as artists, they don't have the sincerity. They get too bored and they just want to have fun. It's just like kids just want to have fun. They want to draw what they like to draw, and if they're not having fun, it's boring. And we know, I did that already. I want to do something else. I want to do some anime. You know, it's not really going to help you. If you really want to grow, you got to do the repetitions, right? That's how you build muscles. So the same way when you get to a high level like this and you want to develop the skill and ability to learn to draw characters on model at a fast rate, then you're going to have to put yourself through the paces, right? Now, I've acquired the know-how and the knowledge to get all the basics of animation right, so I can just knock the walk cycle out, and it's no problem. So the challenge from a drawing perspective now is, well, I've got to put this guy on model, right? And I got to retain things from him, and that is, you know, I don't care how experienced or how good a person is, it's a challenge, but it's an easy challenge if you understand the way the world in general, of what the law of growth, I was going to say the way the world works, but I would rather say if you understand the law of growth. And the law of growth is simply repetition, and there ain't no way around it, right? Patience, focused attention on one thing and one thing only, right? So my focused attention is on getting this character to look like this character, right? So I'm studying, glancing at the model sheet, but I'm repeatedly drawing his body and his head. Now here we've got the sword, so we've got this hand here, so I'm guessing that this hand is clutching the sword like this and this hand is holding the sword like this, right? So I'm gonna have to change this position here and think about this pose here of the back arm, and this hand is coming behind the sword, so it's gonna be like this. So there's going to be a bit of foreshortening in the sword. So this is a little bit challenging, but not too much. So it's an ellipse shape that I'm going to focus on. And I'm just going to change a little bit of what I had here. And I'm going to bring that this way. And we're going to foreshorten that. Now, if I was doing this for a project and somebody was paying me to knock out a quick cycle, I know what I've done is badass and it works, so I wouldn't really spend time drawing like this on I would start cleaning these two walk frames up now and just doing it clean, because I know I have the ability, I understand. But if you don't and you're early, as I said, repetition, go through the process a number of times, going through the rough construction, familiarizing yourself with it, right? And it'll all start happening. Okay, so here's these two poses. Now the main thing that we can see is his body has turned, and I want to keep it more in a profile view like this. I don't want this arm to be completely behind, so we've got the body is here like this and it's turning the other way, right? And then here we've got the arm, which will probably be more bent like this, and his sleeve will be more exposed to us like that there. Right, I'll just tidy it up a little bit for you, then we'll figure out the rest of it. He'll maybe have a bit of this sleeve here like this, right? And we can hide the hands and, you know, do whatever, it's okay. Now this will probably be coming straight, and he's got a collar which will make his jacket look really nice. We're going to leave it like this at the moment, right? These are the poses that I want to get right. Bum, bum, bum. My pleasure, Renata. Just seeing what's going on in the chat. Okay, so now we've got these two poses. We're now going to tackle, I think I will just tackle the down. No, we'll do the pass. We'll do the pass. No, actually we'll do the down, right? We've got to kind of straight ahead. We had to kind of straight ahead this between here and there. The down is a big thing, actually. So let's do that. So I'm going to take this here and I'm going to copy this one and paste it here. Now, if you're all enjoying all this, I'm going to be continuing, but I'm going to take this opportunity. We have 1 hour 25 minutes in now to tell you about my course, because that's what keeps me going and Real Animator Training going, is you watching stuff like this, getting inspired and going, shit, I want to do that. Well, I'm showing you how to do that in the world's best learning resource in the craft of hand-drawn animation. Go to ambanimation.com, click on Real Animator Training. You'll be taken to this page here, Feel the Change for Real, explaining about my Real Animator Training Library. I've basically given you all my knowledge, everything I know, okay? What you're seeing me fart out on this stream, I'm going to get you to that level, all right? It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to take, you're not going to do it in a year or two, you know? I've got 20 years of experience at the very top of the animation industry, right? I've been a head of story, I've been an animation director, I've been a character designer, I've been a character animator, storyboard artist, you name it, right? So I've built all these archives for you. So say, okay, you can read this. I'll be as quick as possible. You click join now. You can see some students' work in here. Travis is in the chat. You can see his work. You got two options. What you're watching today, I call edutainment, all right? Now, many people will watch this and go, wow, I really want to do that. And you get inspired and you get motivated and you'll go away and you'll try it. And a lot of people pull the wool over your eyes and say that that's an animation course. It's not, because you're not skilled enough. You don't know the fundamental things to be able to do it. And you'll just copy the screen and you'll kind of do something that looks a little bit like it and feel good, but then feel lost when you're doing your own stuff. And that's why most animation courses, in fact everyone except mine, I'll go as far to say is a piece of shit. So this is training, right? And this is what I call edutainment. I sell that stuff too, but I call it edutainment. I'm just going to talk about the training because that's where you really learn what happens. The training is dedicated step by step, okay? So you can get it in bundles and save yourself a ton of money, or you can buy them one archive at a time, right? Now the thing is, you can watch this stuff and you can copy the screen, but you're drawing. You're copying the nice pretty drawing and you're not learning, and you're doing a copying exercise. This is a non-negotiable thing where you basically go along with me. No fancy drawings, just bouncing balls, flour sacks and stick men. The basic archive is basically the 6 laws of movement. You're going to learn all about timing, arcing, slowing in, slowing out, solid drawing, pose to pose and straight ahead. That's exactly what all these laws, as I'm doing this, you're watching me fart these laws out like effortlessly, right? But you need to have them instilled in you, right? So you're going to learn timing, arcing, slowing in, slowing out, pose to pose and straight ahead, solid drawing, follow through, overlap and drag, with a bit of squash and stretch going on in there. So that's actually 7 laws. Then you're going to learn what I call the 6 laws of life. So those are the 6 laws of movement. Intermediate, you're going to play with a sack. No pun intended. Right? You're going to play with the flour sack. You're going to learn all about the 6 laws of life. You're going to learn about anticipation. You're going to learn about primary and secondary action. You're going to learn about squash and stretch. You're going to learn about staging. You're going to learn about exaggeration. You're going to learn about appeal. You're going to understand these things, but then you're going to need to implement them. So you're going to move on to the advanced archive. These are all step by step. You copy the screen, of course, but you follow along with me every step of the way and listen. It's very different to what you see me doing here. You see me doing here is talking. Sometimes I'll give you some nice tips and things, and then I'll go rambling about why I think Studio Ghibli animation is weak, right? So there's none of that in this. It's pure the what, the why, the how, in every specific way as you follow along with me. We've got all 36 bones
36 videos covering all the different bones of the body. You're going to do 360 turnarounds of those bones. When you learn the skull, you're not going to just draw the skull, for example. You're going to do a turnaround and piece each bone together on the skull so you won't struggle with drawing faces. You're going to learn about, for example, the frontal, the zygomatic, the parietal, the maxilla, the lacrimal, the sphenoid, the mandible, the temple, the zygomatic arch. You're going to learn all these things, which is going to really help you. And you know what's going to make it work? Repetition. Because these videos work purely through subconscious, subliminal repetition training. And that's why I get real results. Real, no, none of this momentary shit, right? Real results for those who want them. It's been proven time and time again. Just go look at my channel, go look at the people in my group that are growing, developing, and progressing. So many people's lives have been transformed. I've got multiple people have now got animation jobs. Somebody just got a job in the anime industry the other day. That really made me feel chuffed, because I like to do Disney stuff, right? But yeah, I mean, if I'm training you to do this stuff, then you'll just fart anime out, right? So the thing is, we've also got animation lectures, which aren't step by step. They're kind of like seminars that you'd get if you were attending a university or college and you'd go and see an Eric Goldberg or a Glenn Keane. But here you're watching an Urshad Mirza Beg. You're watching, another master giving you animation seminars that'll consolidate all of the information that you're learning here. So that is the training library. The edutainment archives are filled with stuff like what you're watching here. Just watch these videos, check them out. The most powerful one is this: how to animate your own film. You basically watch me create a film from start to finish over 56 live streams, including designing the characters, and we animate it all to this level. So you get to watch a 2-minute film being made from scratch over 56 live streams, all to this level of high quality animation. You can watch the film here. It's like a small 2-minute film. You can watch that and watch the little preview window in there. Real animated training is the light in the dark. Many kids are afraid of the dark, but many adults are afraid of the light. They know inside, when they see me and they see what I do on my streams, they know that this is the transformation for them. But some of them aren't ready. They're too comfortable. They say they want it, but they know, here it is, they can get it, all for the price of a child's toy. You got people from CalArts here, people who've worked at Disney, people who've worked at Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, all joining this place. People paid CalArts 180 grand, people paid Don Bluth 10 grand. I'm selling this for the price of a child's Christmas present, the price of a mid-range gaming laptop. You can have the world's best animation training in the world. You can buy it in stages, buy it an archive at a time, work your own way through. The fact is, this is real, right here, right now. It's the light in the dark. But many people, it's kind of sad. Some of these adults are afraid of the light. Kids are afraid of the dark, afraid of the light, because they know it's right here, right now, for them to get it. And at the end of the day, they're just kind of comfortable. So if you're comfortable, that's cool. I'll keep creating these videos. You can enjoy them, but when you're ready, when you feel the time's ready, you're gonna take that step. Real animated training is here for you to transform your life, just like it has for so many other people on this stream. It's the world's best animation training by one of the world's best animators. If you want to dispute me, just watch what I do on my streams and think out loud. How many people can you see that do it the way I do it, with the zone focused effort, talking away, shitting out some of the highest quality work you've ever seen. And I'm giving you that skill, practically giving it to you with all of my knowledge in this training library. Okay, so thank you very much for that. That's the spiel. That's the sales talk. Real Animated Training Library is here. And now we are going back to doing the Dawn Carnage walk cycle. Everything you see me doing here, you see being done, you learn how to do in the training library. Right. Let's work on the down of this pose now. 1 hour 34 minutes. Let's see how
fast we can knock this out. Right, so his head is now going to be kind of rotating into a rear 3/4 view, right? So I remember we had something like this, right? So I'm going to put a rear 3/4 view. Let me just have a quick look at what I did here. Okay, so his ear goes and his eye is there behind his ear like that. So that's interesting. We're going to turn the ear around this way. Okay. Let's see how that works, right? So we've got let's push it. Let's challenge this. Maybe this eye shape isn't gonna, this head shape isn't gonna work, but I'm gonna try it, right? Right here like that. Let's have a quick look at that. His chin and his mouth line comes in there like that. Right, so we have something like that. All right, let's turn that off. Let's just consolidate this head a little bit. We want to get this as nice as we can. The whole point of this is to experiment and play with the character. There is no wrong, right? Let's understand that there is no wrong when it comes to this stuff. We are familiarizing ourselves with the character, right? So we have this here like that. Bum, bum, bum. And the smile is there. That works. So now we're going to think about the down body pose, right? So the shoulder line, so the pelvis is dipping this way, so the shoulder is dipping this way, right? So again, when we do this stuff, we need to think about the pelvis. So we're still very much focused on anatomy here. Bum, bum. Like that. And we're gonna, so the same, you see the same way that I draw the stick man in the training library, I'm dealing with the contours of his body like that, right? So then this comes here like this. So I'm gonna rely on the back. So we change sides pretty quickly here like this. Right. Good. You see how I'm using the other pose to help me with this? All right, now I'll go back to this side. And I'll focus on his knee. Coming up here like that. Let's just put the old light box on and turn that out that way. So we have the trouser bend. All the little details of the folds of his trousers and how that works, we'll sort that out later. Let's have his foot here like this. Yes, good. Good, good, good. All right. So now we have the hands with the swords. So it's kind of vague because we've got the ellipse of the sword there. So I'm going to look at the arc of that. Pum, pum. Okay, so it goes beyond and then it comes back, right? So let's, we have it coming up a little bit, right? So let's do that. Let's create the arc to go like this. Pum, 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 right? So we have it coming up. See, the law of arcing. So what you're watching as I'm doing this to familiarize myself with the character, but you're just watching me implementing animation law in all of this. The tail, let's bring the tail like this. Let's add a little bit of I'm gonna lose the yellow now. I don't need it. Alright, so we've got the tail, which is behind his jacket. He's got a jacket on him too, right? Right, so then we've got the sleeves of this guy. So there's the real twist in his body here. As we come down. Yep, that's good. Right. So we have that, right? So now I'm going to get rid of that. So we got bum, bum, bum. So this is going to be a real slow in stage of this. Then we're going to come straight up. I've got to get this pose again. So I can animate into it. Right, so then here we're going to put the next panel. What are your thoughts on oneness? You mean the Buddhist concept, oneness? I think it's a fantastic concept. I think it's great. I believe that that is one of the aspirations, you know. In fact, that's one of the flaws in the Buddhist philosophy, is to have no attachments, to have no goals, to have no ambitions, but their ambition is to attain oneness. But I think that's an extremely good ambition, because when you're one with all things, there'll be no competition, there'll be no disharmony. The pure, you know, you love and care and attention, that's what it's all about. Right. So now I've gone and drawn his wrong leg the wrong way there. So it's this leg coming up on this side. As you distracted me with a question, I'm really into that kind of stuff. So you know what, you know how to get my attention, Silver Sun. Right. So I love philosophy. Right. So the foot is going to be here. It's going to be kind of dragging here like this, bum bum bum, right? And this would be more back like this, right? Right, and it's going to come down on itself again. So I have to be careful here with the change of his body angle. So I'm going to maybe tidy this drawing a little bit, but it'll be worth it. The head is going to come down. Bum, bum, bum. So the head is going to straighten up this. So I will use this head for this. Right, you see why they're called extremes and why it's called pose to pose, right? Because I'm incorporating the extremes to help me get into it in and out of the poses, right? So he's a lot higher here. We can always reframe it. Right. So I'm working this out, but I will tidy the drawing. It won't take that long. So this goes here like this, bum bum. And then we're gonna keep the sword high. Unfortunately, this software is making me draw on the wrong layer with its retarded decision making of why anybody would want to alter the layers in the thumbnail view. It's the biggest rant I have about the stupidity of the morons that program this software. Right, so the tail is then going to come down like this on itself as it comes up. Yeah, that works. All right. So now I'm just going to tidy this drawing up a little bit, right? Because it's all about, for me, all right? Yes, I want the animation to look nice. I'm showing off on this stream. But really, I want to get the model of the character. I want to repeatedly drum the model into my head. So when I can just start animating him quite fast off the bat, right? So it's all about drawing the guy to model, right? Getting used to his shapes. Right, so this snout is a little bit on the short side, but I'll live with that. Just get used to these shapes, right? The ear comes back on itself. You never want to cut the head out, right? You never want to do that. That's what insecurity is. I can't draw the head, and I'm saving time, so I'll make up some bullshit excuse that I'm saving time because and I'll just cut the head out, and while the rest of it'll all be organically moving, there'll be this dead head floating at the top with no weight to it that just kills everything about the animation, right? Never do that, right? So again, I'm going to animate using this pose, right? Right, so the back is going to come here like this. There'll be the bend in the character. There'll be this element here. Right, so then we're going to have the sword at this angle. Kind of helps cover that. You see, the secret science of shape simplification makes animating like characters with props and all things, you know, following animation law, follow through, overlap and drag. All these things become effortless, involuntary subconscious acts when you've repeatedly drummed in animation law into your head, right? That's what they become. Right, so this is going to be here like this. Let's have a look at the bottom. Yes, that's all right. That foot's going to be there. And the tail comes around here. So I tidied that up. The pass position is a very important pose, so it was worth tidying that up for. Bum, bum, bum. What I am going to do, otherwise he will he will just disappear is I'm going to make that a bit bigger camera frame. Then I'm going to delete all the other camera frames. Right, so when I watch it, right, so there, this one has to go away now. Bum bum. Right, so we're starting to see this, right, as we start drawing on top, right? So now there's the up, so we will have gone through one half of the cycle. Do you think philosophers are important for society? Yes, but like everything, Kevin, what I think personally, since you've asked me, right, is human beings, there's a saying that is more, it's a saying for humans, but it's about cats, and it's actually about humans. Curiosity killed the cat, right? Now, philosophers and all those things are fantastic and great, and if that's what your goal in life is, to spend your life philosophizing and searching for the how, then that's great, you know. In fact, I'm very happy that these people have existed, because I love what they have to say. I love listening and reading philosophy. But philosophy, the searching for the how can also be your downfall. Because, as I've said, the universe is too vast, and I don't want to get into it, but since you're talking philosophy, there is a strain of philosophy which talks about oneness, which says basically you are the universe. It all stems from Buddhism and also Hermeticism, the 7 Hermetic laws of the universe. The all is mind. So, if you are the universe, but you don't know how you work, all right? Because it's just too vast, and it'll take an eternity, because the universe is eternal. It has no beginning, it has no end, it's eternal. So, are you going to spend your life trying to answer those questions? Now, where am I going with this in relation to animation, right? Well, many people that want to do animation or get good at something, they are very insecure. They want to see results fast, and they are looking for the how. Well, it's really quite simple. Once you have the definite how or route, you simply follow that route and you stick to that route. But then they want to know more how. There must be some more other thing to it than this. So they get off track and they get caught up in a swamp of various different suggestions, various different ideas, various different contemplations as to this way or that way and whatever way. And in the end, they've gone round and round in circles, and then they've had a dizzy life of circular results, which has amounted to ultimately a very unsatisfying death. So in relation to when you want to get on and do things in this world, just understand that the universe is extremely vast, and you don't know its ways, and you've picked something to do. So put your faith in the thing that you're doing and allow the law of growth and nature to take its course without getting swamped in the how, all right? Because the how is essentially always revealing itself with the happening, which is then, understood through hindsight, right? So I love philosophy, but again, what I've learned is I've wasted perhaps a lot of time in the metaphysical game, perhaps, and rather than actually doing. So now I'm very much in the process of doing with understanding. Right. Yes, it is, Charlene. It is Don Carnage. Now I'm just going to see how this... Yeah, there'll have to be an in-between on that first down because it is a heavy down. But you see, he's here and he walks into that. Bum, bum, bum. I'm going to... What are we? We're 1 hour 55. We're easily going to get this done, right? So what we've done at the moment, Charlene, is we've figured out his head turn. Because I'm planning a shot with Shere Khan and Don Carnage together. And I've been studying Shere Khan, as you all saw. And I figured, well, let me have a study of Don Carnage. So I'm looking at his model sheet and I'm having a play to familiarize myself with the character, as opposed to just making random drawings from the model sheet, right? Right, so let me go in here and let me now, I think it's worth it. I may end up tidying up this drawing a little bit. I think it's worth tidying these drawings up. It doesn't take that long, right? So even though he's not doing much with his head, again, it's sticking with the context of the character of the walk. And there's just enough of a head turn to stop it from being dead. But I'm basically familiarizing myself with the shapes. I haven't bothered putting much on his ears. Follow through. I don't think they really would do that. Again, something that really makes those god-awful rigged 2D rigs really bad is in the hands of a puppeteer. He doesn't really understand the context of the motion when he animates, and he just puts these unnatural bounces on the ears and follow through that. People look at it and go, "Ooh, look at the little bounce on the ears," but it wouldn't do that and it looks shit, right? So no, okay, maybe if it needs it, you should do it, but no, right? All right, so we have that. And then we're gonna go this around here like that. Let's animate out of this one now. Let's put the box on just a little bit here. It all has to be kind of tidied up anyway. Right, so that'll do. And the hands here. We can refine the blade as well, actually, as we tidy up the next frame. I'm going to tidy up the next frame a little bit more as I'm kind of improvising. Bum, bum. There we go. Just consolidate some of these shapes. And the tail. We've still got a little bit of his jacket to add afterwards, but it's not too much. We'll definitely get it done in time. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so that's the first half of the cycle practically done with the character, but before I go on and do the second half, there's a couple of things I want to do. First thing I'm going to do is tidy this drawing up a little bit. Right? And one of the best ways of doing that is by consolidating the silhouette, right? And then you can see is everything working, right? This is a great way of improving your drawings if you're looking to tidy up a rough. I feel his head could be a little bit bigger here, right? Maybe this should be a bit smaller, like that. Yeah, see, I'm already getting a lot more confident with drawing the guy, even though he's a pretty generic, simple character to draw. He's really nice, but I know my saying that may be making it sound as if he's a weak character. He's certainly not a weak character, but his shapes are quite, you know, the usual Disney shapes. That's what I mean. So as I'm making the drawing, I'm then looking at the silhouettes of the sleeves. I'm not going to tie down all of it like this, but since I was tidying this drawing anyway, let's just go in there and do that. Let's make this a nicer drawing to work with, and it all makes it a lot easier when I start to add more things on to the character. As I said, depending on your level, that's why these are misleading, and I call it edutainment, because if you're an absolute beginner, I never recommend you tidying your animation. I recommend you focusing on the movement rather than the drawing, right? But you're watching me doing this, you say, I want to do it the way he's doing it. Well, you know, there are different levels to get to that, right? So now I'm going to do a breakdown between here and here, right? And what I'm going to do is that breakdown is I may as well put it on half to play it safe because it's a walk cycle. But then there would be more timing things here. So this would have to be, you know, I'm breaking this down and halving all this. But I'm not necessarily going to bother drawing this frame in as well, right? Do nicely, because I just wanted the main poses, but I want you to see and understand how this cycle will work. It's mostly because of this portion of the body here, right? The twist in the body here that we want to get right. So I'm getting that spine of the character down here like that. Right. Now we're thinking about the character's head. I'm going to keep his nose in profile so it'll arc like that, right? I'm not going to arc it gradually. I'm going to keep his head mainly in the main view. Alright. Like this here. This is the ears are gonna do something like that. There we go. Yep, that's better. Now this arm is going to come back on itself. I'm going to introduce a little bit of the other arm, not too much. Now we need to think about the sword. right, and the tail. Right, so we have something like this. Bum bum bum. Right. So it's now, see, now he's coming up quick. The more I'm breaking it down, it's needing more breakdowns, but we'll do it, you know, it's okay, we've got time. So I'm gonna put in a rough breakdown between here and here now, because it's a big dip, right, between here and here, right. So here in this breakdown, I may want to try something with his back, right. I may want to straighten it out a little bit, bum, 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 right, and do something different with his head, right. So we'll put the nose down so it'll arc up like that, so the head will be like another a lot bigger, quicker movement on his head, right, which will need more in betweening, but that's okay. Right, so we're gonna have that. This is where we get to play, right? Do lots of fun stuff with the character, right? So this foot then is off the ground. Boom. Just gonna drag into this position. Maybe that's a little bit too much forced drag. Let's pick it right up. Keep it in on itself. Have his leg straightening. Like this. Then we want to have the arms. We're going to favor the down of that arm. And the sword is just going to be halfway between there. Okay, so now I'm just going to leave that and we're going to come back to that at the end. That is my rough suggestion, right, of that breakdown. There's still going to be a big fling in the head, so that's the thing, right? But we want to play with that timing. Boom, there we go, right? So it'll need that to soften it off a little bit, right? So anyway, let's now move on to the other step, right, as we go through this, right? So now we're going to do the next down, but before I do that down, I'm going to tidy this up because it'll get rougher and rougher and rougher, and this is rougher than the well, it's not rougher than that, but it's rougher than this, right? So in fact what I can do, because most of it is tidy, is I can just tidy this area up, right? That'll be enough. So we're gonna have this like this. I'm gonna keep that straight. The arm gonna come down. I mean, I absolutely love doing hand-drawn animation. It is just so much fun. I don't know how anybody that wants to animate would not enjoy drawing all this stuff. It gives you such a high that you're making these marks, and every little mark you make is just putting more and more life into the character, and you see it all coming together, and you can't draw fast enough because of the buzz, the excitement of watching how it's all looking so great. You know, that's what I absolutely love about this stuff. Charlene's asking down pass. Almost, but his pass position is still his most straightest point. He's just generally got these squat legs, Charlene. So not quite. So there we've got the turn there. So now we've kind of tidied that up, right? So now we're going to go into the next down, right? Man, I'm going to enjoy this pose. It's poses like this is why I do animation, right? So poses like this where you really get to draw, right? And have fun with fun characters, right? So we're gonna bend the knee, should be more bent than that actually. I'm gonna have to be a little bit rougher on there again. Now he's twisting his body the other way, right? So get to really have fun with his expressions, right? Like this. So his center line is here, so that's where this leg is gonna be, as this foot comes back on itself and the knee comes down like this. Man, so much fun. So much fun. Right, so then we have this. We're gonna then take his arm away to the other back side of him, like that. And the sword is now, gonna have to think about this becoming up, but keep it foreshortened. It's that foreshortening of the shape that's gonna give it all the class, right? Pum, pum, pum. So satisfying to knock stuff like this out, right? So now we've got the face. We're going to do something a little bit more interesting with the face. We're going to turn it to us, right? So let me just see if I remember his face. I should do, from a 3/4. Right. Then we have this now. It's going to be here like this. Obviously I'm going to have to tidy this frame up. Right, so we have this. Right. Then we have the sides of the head, which are like that. He's got a slight up angle on his features. Not going to bother with the rips in his ear, that's going too far. Right. So there we've got a head angle like that. Let's bring the nose a little bit more square onto the front. There, perfect. Bum, 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 bum. Lovely, this is going to be great. So we have that. Okay, I'm going to tidy this pose up a little bit because I can, I have the time. So he's turned the other way. Let's get his head. Let me just consolidate this 360 turn of his head. Yeah, that's kind of alright. Like that. Don't want to get too close. Don't want to get too finicky. So he has something more like this. Now his eyes touch his eyebrows, I remember. Let's put it a little bit more 3/4 than what I had it. He's got a lazy kind of, his half lids are always down. Like that. So we have something like this. Let me just check the bottom of his snout in the model. Yeah, it does that. See? Well, maybe I was supposed to rub that out, right? So it goes like that. Then we're going to go straight and give him that. Give him some teeth. His head is more of an up angle here. You see how we want to create rotations in the head, and we're not looking to just try to draw the head, cut the head out and just keep it stiff. There we go. And I really want to get the, so we've got this and this, so I got to get the shoulders a little bit better than what I have here, right? So we're going to put a little bit of something on that side to balance it out, right? Maybe like this. Balance it out. Let's try bringing it straight up, not having it come so far. So this is this, this is this, right? So we want this line. If we can't have it too much, we're going to straighten it like that. Right, yeah. Just like this. Very important we get that in our drawings, right? Extremely important that we get those elements. The bending of the knee and all that is, you know, it's important, but I'm more interested in the hip. He's got such small legs that it's going to just squash and stretch in and out of that. It's bent there, it's straight there, it's not much of a difference, but it'll work. I know it, right? And it's just I've got too much to do to really go into the ins and outs of explaining that. As I said, all of this is disclosed through various archives of the Real Animator Training Library, the real way to get to this level to do this stuff, right? So the arm is going to come back with a little bit of the hand here, and we're going to play with the ellipse of the sword. Like that, right? Let's get the tail working here. Yeah, we can do something like that with this tail. There. Okay. So definitely we need to put more in there like that. But let's have a quick look as we watch that move into the next down. Yeah. Gonna go and put in a few other drawings towards the end, but I'm liking the drag on the nose there. Just watching the body change over, the body change up. That body change up is extremely vital to selling the walk, so we will have to come in and break that down. I don't need to break it down. I know it works, but for you to see it working, I will do that for you. Right. Now we're going to bring this guy back to the top. So I am going to get my first frame. Right. And I am going to insert that after there so it gives me something to refer to as I straighten this guy out. Right, so here's the pass position, Charlene. So he's straightened up, but his legs are kind of squat. So you don't really, really see much of a straight. They are straightening up, but they're kind of they're little rubber hose, in a good way, not in a bad way, right? So like this. Let's put that boot there like that. So we've got something like this. Okay. So this then becomes this. We need to be careful of the size of that knee. Again here. Bring that through. Don't really want to be, as I said, I'm doing this for myself to familiarize myself with the character, but I don't really want to be concerning. If you were doing this from an animation standpoint at this stage, you don't want to be too concerned about the volume, right? Because my initial pass was very rough, but now I would leave it as rough as I'm drawing now, but I'm tidying it up because I'm wanting to think about the drawing, right? So now let's see what's going on with that sword. The sword we're going to straighten up like this. Just going to straighten it up. I'm going to watch that shape. It's going to be like foreshortening, right? And we watch it going up and then moving through into that, straightening back into that, right? This. So what have we got? We've now got the tail. The tail is then going to be maybe doing something like this. Back into this, yeah. Bum bum. Yeah. The head. Straightening up from here. So I'm going to tackle the head in a different way. You can tackle it as a round, but I'm going to put a straight hair like this. Right. The eye mask is going to be hair. This is going to be like this. Let's have a look at that. So got to be careful. We don't want that nose to be 100% on there. Let's bring it up. More. Right. Tidying it all up is the easy part, just getting the shapes in the right place, right? That's another reason people's animation sucks. You don't get your shapes in the right place, right? You need to get your shapes in the right place before we worry about anything else. Travis is off, people are off, good night. We're losing some of the hardcore audience, but this stream is going to stay up, so yeah, that's looking good. You can see the head really starting to come to life there, right? Okay, let's just tidy this up. 2 hours 25, not bad. We've only got 2 drawings, well, a few more to do, but I don't know about you guys, I'm thoroughly enjoying doing this. So this eyebrow is up here, we go straight down, then we come into the other eyebrow and we create the eye mask. And here is the smile. You see his face has become incredibly easy for me. Those of you who are in the advanced archive of the Real Animator Training Library, like Kevin Silver has just finished it, and Selena Nina, you will recall the advanced quadruped walk with personality. How I train you in there to draw and model to the dog is you're basically repeatedly drawing and flicking that head shape, and you are getting those shapes of that dog's head drummed into you as you persist with your progress. And the beauty of it all is that as you go on in life to do other things, that whole repetition process has ingrained itself into your subconscious. So even though it may not feel like it now, as you struggle to draw and move forward at other things, when you keep persisting and continuing, all of that is suddenly going to make sense and fall into place, and you'll be like, oh, and you'll be hitting those shapes a lot easier, right? Your drawing will just be a lot more intuitive because of that, right? And that's what this stream is all about, is getting acquainted with a model is simply just doing it over and over and over again, right? And doing something like a walk cycle, a proper walk cycle, not some software shit where I think about cutting out the head to keep it the same size. Here I've repeatedly drawn his head, I've had it rotating into a 3/4 rear and into a 3/4, but maintaining its profile shape, getting in and out of profile. That's where the skill, that's where the familiarity, the process of familiarization, the building of brain cells is taking place to make all of this work, right? Thank you, Mr. Leon. Naturally, whenever I animate, it looks fantastic. That's true. Right, so let's get rid of this frame here. And And actually this goes into hair. So we've only got one left to do, which is the up. Let's take a little quick look at Scrub-a-Dub-Dub. Right? And then we'll throw in some other breakdowns, but you can see how that's working. Right? Right, so let's just get this frame done now. Mr. Leon, I'm having fun with Mr. Leon. You know, that's the great thing about this. That's what I love about doing these live streams. I love you guys. I love the people, right? I literally, many times when you're in a social situation, which often when you're kind of introverted like me, I know it doesn't seem it, but I am. You just are there out of obligation, but you don't really enjoy the company, right? Whether it's family or whatever, so you look at your phone, and people look at their phones, and you know, I don't advocate looking at the phone. I advocate going into your own headspace, but sometimes when there's so much noise around you, you just got to escape. And you look at your phone, and people say, oh, that looking at the phone is awful, it's bad for conversation, you're an antisocial. But the thing is I don't think that at all, because as a person who mostly spends most of his time on his own in his office doing drawings, I don't really have much time for friendship or socializing. And really my friends are basically the people I socialize with are my wife's friends. Now they're lovely people, but they're my wife's friends. They've got more in common with my wife than they have me. So what I love about these streams is you guys. I don't feel that this is somehow inferior to physical interaction. Like, I absolutely love the banter. I love the camaraderie. I love the communications we have with each other. And I've gotten to know some of you, and I know who I can whose leg I can pull, and who I can have fun with. Some of you have been on my streams for a long time. Of course, there's training library members who have gotten closer to me through the group and the work that they do and the weekly streams as I've been helping them. But, you know, there are other people who have been on my streams for years, like Midori Hernandez and all that. And so I just feel like I know them. I know them like they're part of my social circle. They're my friends in some way. It's really cool. Really cool. Okay, right, we're gonna put the head forward on this one. So this arc is gonna move forward and down. Right, so there's something different going on in the head hair. Right. So we get the shapes in the right place first. That one comes up there, like that. Right, that's that. Right, so my shapes are in the right place, so I can go on and as a student experimenting AMB, I feel so much love from all the knowledge you share and the care you have, the truth, to treat us all like human beings. Thank you so much. Yes, it is, Akao. It is. My pleasure, Mr. Leon. My pleasure. And, you know, I love the fact that you really are taking in the you know, my efforts, and you're taking notes and posting those notes in the group to help other group members on Facebook. So Akao, basically I'm planning the next shot, like he's going to be watching Baloo and Rebecca dancing, and he's in my mind, if this was a story, he's arranged a meeting with Don Carnage to sabotage Baloo's Sea Duck flight. So this is the meeting, and he's watching the two of them dance. So this happens before the dancing animation, and there's going to be some banter. So you all saw me getting to know Shere Khan from studying Milk Cow. So today I've just been looking at the model sheet and playing, and having a little play with Don Carnage, so that I feel like I can draw him to animate him, right? So again, these streams are like my gift to my YouTube people. So I'm not going to be taking them down. I have no plans to. Maybe in the future, but not for a while. So this is my kind of gift to the YouTube people that support me. So I'm not taking it down, Echo. So it's not being hidden away in an archive or anything. It's going to stay up if you want to watch it. Use it to catch up. Even though you're a library member, some of the stuff is not released yet. Like I've still got my Sakuga archive. If you're wondering why I've taken a break from building the Sakuga effects archive, as I've mentioned, animation effects are extremely easy things to do in comparison to character animation. And I felt that if I don't do some character animation soon, it's not that I don't think I can ever get rusty. It's so in my subconscious. But it's like a muscle. Like if you don't go running for a month, you know, you're going to be a little bit crap on your run when you want to get back into it. You'll get it back, but it's not going to be quite, not going to come to you quite as easy, right? So I'm doing some animation with some pretty hardcore characters that are not my own, to keep me back on track. So I'm not just studying other people's animation. I'm doing my own animation with these characters. These all keep your animation muscles working. They keep the various aspects of, you know, the versatility of being a real animator is being able to adapt, being able to draw in any style effortlessly without any hesitation. And one of the ways, again, as I say, my system is all about training, not about learning. You can learn till the cows come home, but if you don't implement and work and repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, it's all for nothing. So I'm putting myself through that process again, and we're all benefiting from it because you're getting great. You guys suggested Tailspin. While I wasn't a huge fan of the show, I did like it, and it's got some great designs. It leans back into the Milk Cow designs from Jungle Book. So I'm having a blast doing it, to be very honest with you. And it's a nice break, and I feel that it's gonna, although the Groundhoppers, my own project's drawing style is a little bit different. It isn't so rounded and Disney-esque as it was initially started off, like Mickey Mouse quality. Now it's getting a little bit, finding its own look. I still feel looking at Shere Khan will, even though I avoided looking at him when I was doing my great one, I feel it will help me as I prepare for a dialogue scene with the great one. So there are many reasons why I'm continuing with this little project. It's all about development, skill, progress, growth, all about those things. All right. So 2 hours 30 minutes in, we've completed the basic, with the exception of the 2 breakdowns in and out of the down on the other side. So we're going to do that. You can see it goes up really quickly. So let's do that. I don't really need to do it on this side at the moment, but I will. So let's do what needs to be done on this side first. So This breakdown on this side is a little bit different. You see how if we look at the arc, we even we increase the gap rather than narrow the gap, right? So we got to be careful with the timing with the head flick. But here, the down is not so extreme in the head as it turns towards us. But we're gonna see how we come out of it. So I may even vary the speed of each step. I may have one step slower than the other step. You know, it doesn't. Oopsie, I put that in the wrong place. We want the in-between, or the breakdown rather, to be between here and here, right? Right, so again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little bit of a dip. So again, real animated training people, look at how all of this, you know, when you do the stickman, especially the advanced stickman in the intermediate archive, look at the way I'm dealing with the body, right? I'm dealing with it exactly the way you learn it, exactly the way I share it with you in the basics archive. Look at the side contour, the intermediate archive. It's all the same stuff, and I'm showing you guys where it kind of implements, right? So this foot is gonna come up off the ground like this, right? And I'm gonna keep his head in 3/4 here. So rather than have it go like that, I'm gonna circle it up, but I'm gonna put the nose down, right? So this is what really makes these walks a lot more interesting. Right now I'm gonna have fun with drawing the model of his head, right? So I may do something like this. Let me see if I remember. Right, we have this, 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 right? So it's coming down. So it's never mirror the other step when you're doing more advanced walks, right? The ear, maybe we're gonna bring the ear down a bit like that. There we go. That's interesting, right? So then we're gonna bring this up. Now this could affect the sword. I have to be very careful with the sword. The more you play with this stuff, the more potential problems arise. But that's what makes it fun. That's what makes you God tier. Okay? Right? So this will come up here. That's okay. We can do that. That follows the arc. Right? So rather than just going straight up, that follows the arc. The tail will be a straight out in between. Let's see now how that works. Boom. Yeah, so we've got that one and that one like that. So we still have a bit to do, but what I'm gonna do is just tidy up some of these intermediate frames. Right, so now we're gonna do the one into the down here. So we're gonna tidy up those frames. I was going to put the coat on the character, but I don't think I will, right? I think I've pretty much demonstrated drawing the character to model. The coat, if I was going to draw his coat, like it would literally be like I may go and put that thing on here, right? And then you'd have his jacket and his belt like this, right? With 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, right? And then this is a belt, and then his jacket kind of comes off the back. So we would need to think about the follow through on there. So that essentially would be the characters. So it's quite an easy model in that regard. Right. Right, so let's put one between here and here. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Charlene. It's my pleasure to create amazing content for you. Right, so this nose is going to go forward. Look, we don't just want to in between into there. We want to come straight and make a nice arc into that head turn, right? So I just need to worry about that. Right. And then what I will do after I tidy up those frames, so 2 hours 45 minutes, I will then put partials of between some of the frames to get the angle working. So here there's the turn of the body, right? So we need to think about that. Remember the training library stick man, the side contour of the body. All this leg is going to come down here, right? The other leg is going to be kind of sinking back on itself, possibly like that. You need to be careful with cycles when you do these heavy slow-ins, right? Because this cycle is more of a study cycle. Because if you're going to do a heavy slow-in like this, the ground is going to not really move so much, right? So the more personality that you put in, the harder it'll be if you want to create the illusion of a moving floor. This cycle isn't really for that. This cycle is more to investigate the personality of his walk, right? So this, yeah, so this essentially is there like that, and the circle of the sword is going to be like that. Boom. There. Then the tail, we can keep the tail a little bit more in there like that. Okay, so we have something like that. Let's have a look at that timing. That's great that you're enjoying that cycle. Many years ago when I did that cycle, it's very old, Charlene, Aaron AOX really liked that in the inner circle. He was an inner circle member. Okay, so here we see, like, you can really see the head working there now. And now what I'm going to do, look, you can see the sword, the arc of the sword as he walks. It's all quite cool, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to consolidate some of these frames very quickly. I'm not going to spend too much time on them. And then we're going to call it a day. All right. So again, because we're getting stronger, right? It's a lot easier to draw his face, right? So all the shapes just move and make a mark, move and make a mark, right? There we go. And And the frames I do after this, I'm not going to put any detail or face or anything. Just really simple outlines to show you where the in-between would be to help the timing. Right? That's good enough for that. This is all pretty cool. Alright, so this arm is going to change. Alright. And do that. Maybe be a little more suggestive with this frame. Let's introduce a little bit of the other arm in there. See how we're introducing things with shapes? Let's put that in there. Right, that's good. Raise that up. Have this leg bending. We just want it in the right place. Right. Very suggestive with my lines here, very rough, very quick, but just enough information to help you see the cycle happening. Tail is going to come in here. Right, so that's one out the way. Right, good stuff. Let's get the side angle there. Help with that side contour. Pum pum pum. That'll make that a lot nicer. Right, so now let's tidy this one up. It's a little hard on the eyes, and we need to tone down that head, even though that's what we want. Okay. So I want to stick more to this guy. So we're coming back into profile. So actually the eye would be more that shape. Got to get the right shapes. Right. Like this. Snout will be a little smaller. There we go. Just speeding through this. Now there has to be some thing on the ear here to get the transition right, so I'm going to do something like that. Get the transition, even though that's not really in the model, but that will work. This we're going to keep here, but we're going to give him more of a back like that. Pick this leg up. I'm going to create the bend in there. Right, there we go, that's that. Let's put on the light box. Have this here like this. There we go. That works. Boom. Yep. Now for the arms. His arm, we're going to kind of stick to this arm shape. There we go. Yeah, just about. again, this is not, you can't do it all clean and straight like this. Well, you can, but then it'll kill the flow to do it that way. So this is as far as I'm going to take this. It's good enough. It's tight enough for what we're doing on this stream. This come here like this. What's going on with the tail? We didn't do anything with the tail, so okay, so let's just bring it in like that. Yeah, there, tidied that. Bang. Right, so while I was puppeteering and hearing you while you mumble a jam getting stronger, I was curious what the name of... Oh, it's from the Rocky. You know me, real animated training, fitness training, that's me. So there you see, now as I've locked that down a bit, it's a lot nicer, and that sword's looking really cool, I have to say. Right? Sometimes I really do surprise myself, like I know I am an absolute god of animation, but to just come on a stream and knock all this stuff out without any thought is, yeah. Sorry, I'm boasting, but I'm just like, yeah. Sometimes I have to, if you're not grateful enough in life, I'm grateful for what I can do as an animator. Bloody hell, yes. All right, now let us now go between here and here. Lock this one down. Boom, boom, boom. So let's come back out of it like this. Right. This down here. Hopefully, I've inspired some of you to Google some model sheets and try and have fun with some pro characters, right? There's plenty opportunity for you to practice staying on model, right? It's all out there for your use on the internet, right? Now, yes, you're going to struggle to do it, and it's not as easy as I'm making it look, because as I've mentioned to you, this is what I call edutainment, right? But at the end of the day, you're going to put yourself through a process of building brain cells in some way or the other, whether the whole thing frustrates you and you feel you can't draw it and it's all bad, and at the end of the day, you're doing something that's taking a step towards, a step in the right direction, I would say. Because you need, in order to get beyond where you are, it's common sense. In whatever you're doing, whether you're an artist, an animator, fitness, cooking, whatever you want to do, in order to get beyond where you are, you have to be more than what you are. So that means you have to do things that you normally wouldn't do, right? You have to not push yourself. That's the wrong term. People say, I'm going to push myself, I'm going to get good, I'm going to force it. No, that's the surefire way to get frustrated and to give up, right? But you have to take those steps. Now, they could be baby steps, right? They could be baby steps where you, again, the stupid software is making me draw on the wrong layer. Whoever programmed this useless piece of shit, right? So basically you got to go beyond where you are, right? So go Google the model sheets and have a go, you know. You'll pick stuff up. You'll pick up, you know, the shapes that these guys work with when they draw, right? I mean, that's what being in the industry is all about. Back in the day when the industry actually had talent and skill, and I mean that, if anybody thinks I'm taking a cut, yes, there's some talent and skill in the animation industry, but there's more puppeteers. They're talented and skilled puppeteers. There's not very skilled animators left. All the stronger ones have gone into the art department to do visual development and character design and stuff like that. So there's not much left. But you can still go and look online and find the days when there were strong stuff for you to develop that drawing style and that shape skill. So hopefully I've inspired you to do that, right? Let's now tidy this. This was kind of like we kind of got a pretty good head start on this one anyway. Alright, so then here I was gonna blink him, but I won't, because if it's a continuous cycle he wouldn't really blink. Yeah, Mr. Leon, he's working in the animation industry and he's fed up. He wants to learn real animation, you know. He's fed up of playing with puppets. That's another thing what gives me a buzz about doing this. I started all this, and some people call me a disruptor. I have no intention of being a disruptor. I just do what I do, right? I started all this because it was my goal to put quality back into 2D animation, which has become digital puppetry, right? So I called it real animation, and I said I'm gonna have independent people out animating people in the 2D animation industry, right? And I've certainly achieved that. And now slowly I'm getting people from who worked at Cartoon Network, people like Mr. Leon, who's worked on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? He's also, you know, and he's here. He's worked at Disney. He's working for Disney now on a puppet series. He's here to up his game, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to help people from all backgrounds who want to up their game, right? So this whole branding of mine of real, it is real. It's right here happening before you. It's upping the standards, the quality of not only hand-drawn animation but 2D puppetmation. So we've got some puppeteers who are looking to implement this to improve their puppet flow. So it's all good to me. If anybody wants to improve, that's why I'm here. I'm here to help them improve. So it's all good stuff, right? So now we take in this blade. Die as you live in the flash of a blade. Right, so this goes here like that. Great. So we've sorted that out. So that is that one. Right. Bum 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 bum. Right, so that's basically like, I'm gonna throw in a few other frames, but not too many. So 3 hours mark, we've kind of like got it to this stage, right? Bum bum bum. It's looking pretty good like that. Let's just edit, copy panels, edit, paste panels, edit, paste panels, right? So let's just go and see the... It's kind of like I was going to add some other frames, but as I've tidied it up, there might really be no need. I think you can all see what's happening there. That I don't need to soften. Obviously, it would need softening and in-betweening, but I think we can all kind of see what's happening there. There's no need. What I might do instead is put his garments, give him his big collar. So let's just go in here and put a straight ahead collar on this guy as we do this, right? So I'm gonna do it in another color first. So his collar comes here like this, right? Right here, and it comes around on this side like this, right? So that's that. Now I'm going to take that, and that's, well, I've got to be mindful that that's got to go back onto this frame here. Now I'm going to do this straight ahead, and you really shouldn't, but let's do it straight ahead, right? Let's have some fun, right? So the collar is going to go like this, right? There's going to be a little bit we'll keep on that side, right? So we have that. Now we'll turn the color out here. Bum bum bum, right? So then the color is going to come back around on itself like this. Bum 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 bum. Right, now we're going to come back. We want to keep that back view. I'm going to change the angle of the color to make it interesting here as we come into the back. Right. Right, so we have that. Yeah, I'm going to tackle it differently as we get into the back view to make it more interesting, right? So then it's going to come down like this, right? So it's all about the shapes, getting the volumes, those shapes nice. Bum, bum, bum. Right. So then we're going to bring it more. We're going to open the color out a bit more, bring it down. Play with that shape. Maybe we put a little bit of the color there. Give it a bit of appeal like that. Okay, so now we're going to be turning the color, so we have to be careful. Think about this shape here. Bum, bum. Make that just a bit. I'm going to tidy it up, don't worry. We got enough time. As long as it works. Yep. So then we're going to introduce that on that side. Yeah, perfect. So then here we're back into this mode. Just going to come here like this. Let's see how that works with the last frame. Yeah, that works. That's all lining up. So now the color is changing angle. Be careful with this one. Should be more like that. Yeah. Maybe. Okay, let's just tidy that up. It's getting too messy. Let's show the hunching of the shoulders into that color like that. Class. Alright. Bum 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 bum. Then we have, this is easy, right? So this is gonna come up into this shape here like this shape. Yeah, that in between's back. In fact, we can just put on the light box to make it safe because it's got a cycle back to that. Bum. Huh? Be careful with that. Right, that needs to open out. Zum. Alright, let's have a look at that. He looks really Jim Cummings, yes, I used to do my Jim Cummings impersonations when I was a teenager and annoy my school teachers in my Don Carnage voice, but I can't remember how he talks, to be honest with you. I'm Don Carnage. I can't remember. Jim Cummings would always make that noise. Right, so yeah, that color is working. That's giving him some more volume and some more interesting looseness to that cycle. Right, this has been quite a nice little cycle, hasn't it? One of the best cycles I've knocked out on a stream, and all, you know, effortless. Why am I saying that? Am I saying that to boast? A little bit. But I'll be honest why I'm saying it. I'm saying it because I want you to understand that these things are within your reach. This skill, this ability to be great, you all have it in you. You really do. It's not something that you weren't born with. It's not something that, you know, is just beyond you, right? What it might be is something that, what are you willing to do to get it, right? Are you willing to start doing the real kind of training, the real kind of work, learning animation law? Or are you just too happy playing with the way you've always done it, right? And trying to force that to work? Maybe you might get some kind of results that way. But while I'm constantly knocking stuff out like this, you know, in no time at all, how long will it take you, really? So you've got to ask yourself these questions, because excuses are, you know, your ego's best friend. That's what they are. They say, well, you can't do that, so it's okay. And I'm here to constantly remind you on my streams, you can do that. And I love it when people who have been through my training library do it. They get, you know, they produce great work like Travis, work that outshines stuff on college graduation reels from the highest places. Never mind beating industry. Or you have people getting in anime jobs like Octavio recently, you know. So I love it. I absolutely love it, and I love putting it all out there and reminding you all that it's happening. Those who want to increase are given the way to increase, and I'm here to demonstrate that to you, right? And remind you that yes, it might seem special what I'm doing here, and in a way it is special because we're all special, so special in our own unique way, right? But you accumulate the right sense of know-how through the acquisition of the right knowledge, the real knowledge, it'll all happen. It'll all start to fall into place effortlessly, just as, calm and relaxing. I have not struggled once throughout this stream. Only at the very beginning there was some strange jitter and shake going in my arm because I very stupidly decided to do press-ups, 50 press-ups on some gymnastic parallettes directly before the stream. Incidentally, I didn't really struggle through those either. I'm just rubbing that in for added effect to, as I imagine Mr. Leon shaking his head as I'm talking. Right. So we have the collar here, so we'll need to, we work the collar. I'm gonna actually add his buttons. All right, we may as well, right, add his buttons into this. Right. As this comes up out here like that. But the thing is what I also like is the attitude of many people, not necessarily the people on my streams, but some people who watch. They think, well, he's all the time talking about his training system. Well, I say those people, be grateful of the stuff that I'm giving you on these streams. And added to that, yes, I am all the time talking about my training system because it fucking works. And that's exactly, I'm here to talk about that for those reasons. You want to do this stuff? That's why I'm here doing this stuff. So I will talk about it. This is essentially a long commercial for the power of my training material. There, I've said it. This place is real Animator. I keep it real, right? I tell you exactly what this is all about. I'm showing you how, I'm inspiring you, and I'm giving you the way, especially at that price. Right, so this thing, there we can see the how that's working, right? So let's keep this going. Let's just do a very simple thing with his buttons now, right? Let's throw in the buttons of the character and the belt. Dun, dun, dun. First, let's sort his belt out, because that could, you don't want to, that could cause a lot of issues, right? So let's sort the belt out, right? I'm not going to put the middle line on the belt, right? So the belt goes down, then it goes up along the middle. The way I'm seeing the belt is I'm keeping an eye on the space between there and there, right? So now it's going to be about here. It's going to continue there. You shouldn't, you can do these straight ahead passes on it, but it's probably not better not to. But I feel I've got the experience to pull it off, right? So let's lower the belt down. Let's bring that belt right back up, squash and stretch in there. Bring that there like that. And is that gonna work? Just about. Boom. Okay, let's have a look at that belt. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Leon, absolutely. Right, so yeah, the belt is now kind of intact. A little bit of growing and shrinking there, but you know, I'll live with that. Man, that's nice. Okay, right, so let's now do the buttons of the coat. So he has one button here, and then he's got this fold in his top, and he's got a little bit of a button. He's got the same button on that side there. Then there's a button that's hidden here and another one here, and he literally has 4 buttons. So it's quite easy to put those 4 buttons on him. So as long as we get the changing of this thing, right? This is going to come over like this. See a little bit of that button there and that one there like that, right? As long as we understand that, maybe we'll see a little bit of the edge of that come off the side there. Possibly, possibly not. I'm gonna lose that. We won't really see that. That helps. The buttons, we can save a lot of time there. Yeah. Okay. Good. Right, so we have this going straight here like this. So we've got the one button there like that. Then that thing comes over here with the other button here. 3, 4. Yeah, like just like that. That's what we'll have there. We'll put that straighter there. So again here, this one here, one here. Then this goes over 1, 1. You gotta understand the shapes on the shapes. So maybe there should be a little bit of more space between there like that, I'm guessing. This is here, so this button is here. This thing would maybe drag a bit down, possibly. 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, like that. And then this one, like this. I'm gonna tidy it up there because there's a whole load of it without the buttons anyway, so it doesn't matter. And I'm gonna make sure that I get them here, right? Bum, bum, bum. So this is gonna go straight. Like this. Bum, bum. Did we have the other buttons? Yeah, should be a little bit on that side, a little bit on that side, and it goes straight back in. Right, that's gonna work. Yeah, the reverse curve, absolutely, Charlene. Yeah, so there we see the buttons happening on him there. So I think I might. So we did the head turn and we did a walk cycle in today's stream, but I'm gonna go here and just draw the buttons on in red and consolidate them. It won't take long. It'll take less than it'll take about 2-3 minutes to do that. It'll be well worth it. And then I'm gonna try and put the tail on his jacket, which may trip me up. So you guys may get a chance to see the big talking AMB get tripped up. Not bloody likely, but you'll get your chance. Mr. Leon's hoping. Mr. Leon's hoping. I hope he struggles. I hope he struggles animating the tail of the coat. I want to see him fall. As if Mr. Leon talks like that. But anyway, I know he likes the comedy voices. Right, so we've got that button there. We've got this here. Let's put a little bit of volume on these buttons. Right. There, that's that one. Built in the buttons. I imagine the music of SAG-ACT as I'm animating. Tiger. There you go. Yes, so this goes like that. Mr. Leon is hoping that when I animate the coattails, I'll go, you lose. I know you're not doing that, Mr. Leon. I'm just having some fun with you. As I said, that's what I love about this little community that we built. Lots of banter and merrymaking. Animate and be merry, mate. Animate, merry, mate. Right, there we go. So turn that this way. That's that side. It all starts to come together, and I didn't think I would have time to do this. I realized that I didn't need, as I tidied up those rougher breakdowns. Yes, there's still a big jump in the timing, but it reads. You can all see how it should look. Doesn't need. I don't need to hold your hands to that extent. I think you can make out what it's supposed to do, right? So instead we can go and do all the little fine details on this character and knock out something even more impressive, right? I don't know why when I said that I thought of Roy Batty in the original Blade Runner. Show me, Deckard. Show me what you're made of. Like that. Imagine if you had some sadist, Mr. Leon, if you went into an animation studio and the boss looked at you and said, show me what you're made of, like that. Right, let's paste that in there. We don't need that anymore. And there's just this one. We'll look at these. We'll do a little bit of flipping to get them relating somehow. Right, there's a little too thin in that frame, but we would need to adjust it a little bit more to get it working. Okay, so that is him mostly. We've just got one little bit left to do, so we can see the consistencies of the clothing now that's been added on the model. The tail, the sword, So now we just have to think about his, the coattails. All right, now, thank you, Akal. The coattails, his coattail in the model sheet comes off here, and it comes back like this, right? Now I'm gonna have to adjust it a little bit. So the way that I would tackle this is very much, you got to be careful. You got to think about okay, so that's gonna bring that in line with that button there like that, right? So that's gonna turn, maybe it's gonna drag a little bit over on its other side like this, so it'll turn in on itself, right? So then now that coattail is going to possibly drop. What's the back of his model sheet coattail like? Let me just see what has he got a split in it? Right. Excuse me. Yes, he has. Okay. Okay, I understand it now. Okay, let's go again. Right. So I needed to look at the model sheet for that. Right. So he's got a little split in his coattails. It goes on either side of the tail, right? So this will go down here like this and reverse onto there. Right, so now that helps because now I can get an idea of where it's split. It's split at the head of the tail, right? So now we're going to have it on his boot here like this, right? Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so maybe more like this. Bum, 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 bum. Right. So as his foot comes up, you may want to drag it. It's gonna be, you gotta think about the material. It's gonna be a little stiff, but this is where we get the chance to play with the reverse curve, right? Bum, bum up here like this. Okay, bum, 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 bum. And this comes here like this. Right, I'm gonna actually ignore what that model sheet thing did for his tail here, and I'm gonna think of it more like a V shape. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do now. Mr. Leon is rubbing his hands with glee. Yes, yes, he's rubbing it out. He should do it again. Right, so what it is I'm understanding what it is and not to limit myself with the illustration on the model sheet, right? So it's gonna be this line here. This line here is going to change like this, right? Yep. Now it's going to drop to the ground more on this side, right? Gonna drop here like this, bum, bum, bum. And it's going to actually pick itself up. Got to think about this character and what he's wearing, right? As he continues his way through. Now there'll be one on the other side as well, so we need to think about that.
Yep, so we'll introduce that. Now they'll be kind of like coming back on itself. Yeah, running it out. Like this. Just like bum 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 bum. There's a slight change there, but we'll sort that out. Then this comes here. We need to think about the sword. So that comes back on itself. Get this and this. Maybe actually that's good. Yep. This should be more like this. Yeah. This should be more like this. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. Follow through, overlap and drag is happening. So then here we need to change it back to this. Bum. Like this, yeah. Yeah, we got this, right? So then this is gonna come this way. Now I've got it. This is the bit what is gonna make it tricky. We gotta make it add up to this. And I've been drawing on the background layer in some of these, so it's gonna really piss me off when I go to, yeah, this one's on the background layer. Edit, cut, edit, paste. I think these are all on the background layer. Honestly, this program is the biggest piece of... I know I'm not going to use another program because this is the least smelling piece of shit, right? Out of all of them. Right? Doesn't have all that interface of tune, boom, harmony. You know, I like the fact that I can select various colors and delete them and draw over them rather than work with layers. But that's still, you know, that's my endorsement for the software. It's the least smelling piece of shit, right? Right, so this is gonna go here. Right, so I'm gonna come back again because now I'm gonna have to reanimate this one here. I'm gonna go back again and put this here. Right, this is how we do the cycles. We juggle the loops because that won't reanimate that. So this is here, right? Right. So now this one will simply go down into that, which is fine like that. There, bum 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 bum. Yes. Then this is more this line here. Paused a little and returned to the great jokes. Okay, so I'm gonna give this, I'm gonna tidy it up. I know it works, but I'm gonna give it a little bit of a oh, look at Charlene's commenting on my Instagram. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, fine. Now before I tidy that up, I'm going to just see how it works in a cycle, a repeated cycle, so I can see the follow through and overlap. Yeah, fine. I'll tidy that up. That'll be just the job. Lovely stuff. Subtle. You see, what you have to bear in mind when you're doing this, which is why I started again, is I didn't know the weight of the material and how that material will follow through, overlap and drag.
one of the problems a lot of self-trained animators, particularly the ones who are, posting their work on Twitter and Instagram, and they're trying to do it on their own, and they have a tendency, and I'm not taking a go at them because I love drawing women, and I personally like drawing boobies too, alright? So I'm not having a go at them, but they want to animate their follow-through boobies, and they want to animate follow-through hair, and they all, whether it's hair, whether it's boobies, whether it's whatever that's doing follow-through and overlap, they're all moving at the same weight, speed, and texture, and it just, they don't really understand how to take into account the material, how would it distort, and all that kind of stuff. So you have to be subtle with it. You have to sit and think about how these things are going to move, right? So that's the only thing that it was, right? It was understanding the model of his garment, right? So now I can really refine my follow through, right? With this. Be here like that. And when we introduce the other part of his clothing, it's not really going to show up too much because we're seeing his legs, but oh well, it doesn't matter. It'll just be something that we can see moving, maybe, so that's going to be a lot more subtle like that, you see. And now this, so this will be drawing from the pendulum lectures and the weighted pendulum, the bouncing ball, the different weights, that happen when we do that kind of stuff, the reverse curve that's going to create the nice, see, also the law of appeal and exaggeration, knowing when to exaggerate the follow through on this, because it wouldn't really be doing that, but it just looks nice when we do that, and it accentuates that, what those people doing their self-trained follow through, it's kind of like what they want that nice flowing wave thing to read. So we put it in there, but it's subtle, right? Just like that. Now the clothing is changing over. 3 hours, almost a 4-hour stream today, but I think it was well worth it. And a lot of you guys have stuck around with me for the 4 hours, so thank you very much for that. That is great. You've basically hung out with me while I've done some real hardcore drop bananas keyframe animation, right? I just remind you that it is keyframe with a few breakdowns animation here, right? So that's come out there like that, and then we're going to take our original first frame. We're going to put him there and get rid of the yellow. Right, so all intact. It's something hard to think when you are doing follow through. It's sometimes hard, not really, it's not hard to think. Right, so there we are. Right, let's I'll tell you what, KA Animations, I think you're Keith. I'm not sure. You may not be Keith, but I think you're Keith. I tell you what, that's what Don Carnage is contemplating here. Hey, is it hard to concentrate when animating the boobies? He's here. He's walking along there like that. Right, so we've taken a pose of the model sheet and we have familiarized ourselves with the character model by putting him through a walk cycle. And that literally would be my 4 hours of work in the studio of familiarizing myself, and then I'd be ready to go and animate away. Maybe to do facial expressions I would need to do a bit of study of facial expressions from the model sheet, but it's his proportions and everything are all sorted now. Like, I would have no inhibitions about doing whatever I wanted to do with this character. So that is the Don Carnage walk cycle that we have enjoyed, and that is the head rotation of him that we looked at a little earlier. So this stream has been my absolute pleasure to share with you the secrets of real animation, and of course you can simply go to ambanimation.com and start learning the secrets yourself at Real Animator Training Library, which we already spoke about before, so I'm not going to talk much more about that right now. Okay, before I go,
I am going to have a quick look at the chat to see. I'm not Keith, but I was just joking around. Yeah, I know you were joking around. I thought you were Keith something animations, but I was mistaken. Okay, let's go and look briefly through the comments to see what people were saying. That was about Little Red, Anthony Frias. What was the scope you were planning for Groundhopper? Groundhopper is a proposed series, but we'll see. I'm gonna get a 20-minute pilot. That's what I want to do with the Great One. The first episode is a 20-minute pilot, but we will see. Thank you, King Fu Conan. Thank you, It Hurts Because It's True. I honestly didn't like Sinbad either. It felt like watching a train wreck in slow motion. I love that. Dylan draws. That was a great analogy. Every time someone asks about software, a puppeteer is born. Funny. The toilet answer you gave kind of blew my mind. It's a great analogy. I'm thinking of the older art styles for older characters of mine. I don't know if it's worth it, because I want my cast to be cohesive. Silver Sun, at the end of the day, you're a process of becoming. You're improving your skills so rapidly that I wouldn't be holding on to anything about your drawings at the moment, because even in as little as 2 months from now, you'll be significantly stronger, and all the stuff you've drawn now will be radically inferior to what you'll be doing. So don't put those worries or pressures on your brain. Yeah, I love King Louis. Dylan Royer. The lovely Hervonia Baker is here. The most inspiring thing was hearing you won't get the skills in a year because it means me going slower through the archives in recent times isn't as bad. No, you can't rush things, you know. Imagine planting a seed and then disturbing the dirt all the time. What do you think is going to happen to the seed? You know, never mind, you know, if a person is pregnant, how are you going to rush that? You know, it comes when it comes. Remember the question about oneness. The up pass I can now see is where you catch yourself from falling. I remember that comment from Charlene. I'm great at editing drawings and imported approved hands from Toon Boom Library, and hey, if it does not work, I can always use a rig and trace on top of it to get it on model. Well, yeah, you could. I guess you're gonna have to adapt with the things I'm saying so it fits into your circumstances. So Mr. Leon is currently working on something called The Moon Girl and the Devil Dinosaur. Let's have a quick Google of that. He says it's non-disclosure. Moon Girl, Devil Dinosaur. It's a Marvel show. Animated series. Animated. I'm getting some awful looking generic actors. Okay. I see. Right, this is what Mr. Leon is working on. Okay, well, congratulations on that, Mr. Leon. Hopefully we'll get you to be able to draw better than that in a week. There's a cute story. I will look up the trailer. Neuroscience. It is. It absolutely is. Thank you, Akao. Akao is giving my haircut the thumbs up. I was teasing Mute Midori on about my hair because I don't think my wife it's so funny. My wife didn't like my hair. My daughter was not sure about my hair. My wife's friends, like, they came for dinner, they're like, what have you done to your hair? My wife goes to work and they're like, I saw your husband in Snapchat. What's he done to his hair? And then I came on the stream and Mute Midori's like, you've changed your hair. Oh, well, there we go. So I've got Akao defending my hair. There we go. Well, it'll grow back. But thank you, Akao. Thank you. I wanted to be like, I was going to say I wanted to be like Guile, but Guile has long hair. Does the archive include a cleaning up process? As you progress through the archive, like the intermediate archive, and you learn about the flour sack, you learn about how to tie down those drawings. So the way you watched me tidy up this dog, you learn how to create the nice shapes and tie. We don't teach you how to, because it'll like one cleanup drawing can take an hour, right? You don't have an hour to watch me do one drawing. You want to learn the process. So we take you through that process, yes. And in many streams, in various archives, we talk about how you have to lock down the order of cleaning up things up. So even in the edutainment archives, not necessarily in the training archives, we even have many streams where We say, look, we need to clean up the extremes first, then we need to clean up the keys, then we need to clean up the breakdowns, and then we can just in between, right? So I've given you the order there and then, but we show it many times in various archives. In the Essential Basics archive, we're not concerned with cleaning up too much, although the last lecture on the head turn will give you some of that. But the Essential Basics archive is going to give you the grounding. Remember, everybody wants to be able to clean stuff up, and I don't mean to be rude, and I don't mean to be demotivating, but in most cases, none of you have the, none of the stuff that you're doing is worth cleaning up when you're starting out, because you haven't really learned the fundamental essentials. So the stuff that you're trying to clean up, maybe you're just trying to do an fun anime thing where you just have a head and the hair wave cycle, and you want to tidy that up. That's not hard, anybody can do that. But if you want to clean up stuff like what you've seen me do today, and you want to get real animator level cleanup, basically the classic golden age Disney level cleanup, then you're gonna want to you're gonna have to understand the 12 laws of animation before you go even thinking about that stuff, because that's a finishing process. And it's the case of the child of 7 wanting to be an adult of 17 or 27 when they're only 7. You're not going to rush it. And by rushing it, you're just prolonging the pain and prolonging the shit, because you're never going to get out of the shit unless you decide to clean your skill set. People say, I used to train people in martial arts. I'm still I'm in my mid-40s. I'm going to be approaching my late 40s soon. I'm still in pretty decent shape. And people always come to me and talk to me about diets. But I was thinking, you know what? Diets aren't really just about the body. Diets are about what we want to focus on. So if you want to be a better animator, and if you want to be a better artist, you need to go on a diet in terms of what you are currently producing, and you need to participate in healthier activities that will help your muscles grow in certain areas for you to be able to move forward. So I'm not trying to, like, you asked me a question about cleanup, but this is the thing about me and real animator training. I don't know you, I don't know what level you're at, but I take every opportunity to be real with my audience and to say, look, I could tell you real animator training has it all, and I could just try to sell the thing to you, but I want people to be aware of what they're getting into and what this is all about. This is about elite level. I'm giving you the chance and the ability, the opportunity, not the chance. I retract that statement. I hate that word. I'm giving you the opportunity. That's much better than chance. To get to an elite level, the level you deserve to be at. But there has to be some home truths at the core of it. In order to advance, you have to acknowledge and you have to accept where you are, and you have to detach yourself from that, because a lot of that stuff you cannot bring. You may have designs that you'd like to use. Sure, you could bring them. They'll be improved. But a lot of those things, it's painful when people think I've spent years doing this or I've spent years doing that. Like, I've seen it before, like people doing certain kinds of levels of martial arts, and they feel they've wasted all those years because it doesn't work in certain contexts. Well, maybe it's not been a waste, but in the context they wanted it, it is a waste, because they wanted to be good at fighting and it didn't help them fight. Aikido is one example of that. So, but I still think there's a lot of value in that, but that's a different argument. So the point is, it's painful to go, well, I want to keep all of those things that I've done and all the years I've spent doing it the wrong way because I feel bad that it's been a waste. But you got to just cut it, throw it out, or it's holding you back, and move forward and say, okay, 6 laws of movement. Timing, arcing, slowing and slowing out. I'm going to spend a solid 3 months, 1 month on each of those laws just so I understand, because they're the base of all the 12 laws. Then you can start thinking about, okay, well, pose to pose, straight ahead. It all relates to timing anyway and arcing. You need various poses to do that all into. Solid drawing, which is part of that, keeping these poses solid. Follow through, overlap, and drag. Then we maybe dabble with a bit of squash and stretch, right? Then you think about that when you go into squash and stretch, you start thinking, I'm starting to put life into this now. It's feeling alive. So then you need to drill yourselves with the laws of life. You need to start going, well, we need to think about anticipation. Now, what does anticipation do to the arc? And what happens to that arc? Do we slow in? Do we slow out? It's all about the timing. So the thing is, at the end of the day, you need to get it into these 12 laws. So then you think, okay, well, I'm enjoying anticipation. Now I can think about making my character act. Is it a primary or is it secondary action? What is that anticipation part of the primary action? Okay, well, how will he anticipate? If he's going to throw a punch, is he like one of those guys that just stands there and goes, pum, pum? Or is he going to like bring it back and go like this? That's primary and secondary action. He's like coming like this. He's aiming. Or is he a boxer? Is he weaving? That's secondary action because you're talking about the personality. Now, I like Mike Tyson likes to do this. That's his secondary action. That's the way he moves. Whereas Bruce Lee, he likes to do all this before coming. That's his secondary action. That's his anticipation as well. So the thing is, it all starts to meld together. But you can't even begin to think about these things unless you immerse yourself in the law. And that's what brings life. That's why they're the laws of life. And unless you understand the laws of movement, you're not going to get life in there because it's not moving right. So cleaning up is part of solid drawing at an advanced level, which we cover in the advanced archive actually. But it's the finish. It's finishing. It's bringing things to a conclusion. Wow. It's 5:04 and I haven't even had my lunch. So I'm gonna call this stream a day. It's been a 4-hour stream. I've absolutely loved it. And I love hanging out with you guys and sharing my knowledge. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to end the stream with some Real Animated Training Library members telling you about how real the training library is. So thank you very much for joining me on today's live stream. And I will be seeing you on the next one. So cheers to everybody, as Sir Hector says. Bye-bye. Okay, take it away, Mr. Edgedeep.
The question has been asked to me, is Real Animator Training Library the real deal?
Is that Real Animator Training real? Absolutely.
The Real Animator Training provided by AMB Animation. It is absolutely the best ever.
Is Real Animators Training for real? Yes, it is.
Where have I been learning animation? Well, the Real Animator Training Library.
And there's so many videos in the library that you could learn forever.
I'm just so happy with the way that I've progressed since I've started in the AMB Animation Library.
I'm a post-production artist. I'm also a member of the AMB Real Animator Training Library.
Is AMB's Real Animator Training for real? I definitely have to say I think it is.
I've been to art school for 4 years, and I've never had any lesson that was as good as the ones that AMB gave me.
AMB animation can be a life changer. Certainly was for me.
I totally love it. That's what I have to say. That's the way I have to say that I love it, because I must admit that at first I didn't trust it too much. I never thought that would make that difference in my life.
So I went ahead and hopped on into the library, and that library is just so valuable, so many things you can learn, and every video is like packed with this information that I would never be able to get anywhere else.
I bought this in support because it has changed my life, and you know, everyone's lives are being changed by this, and you know, this experience has been great.
It's just truly amazing. I may have said that already. But yeah, it's been one of the best things that's happened in my life.
Is Real Animation Training Library real? It doesn't get realer. Thanks.
So, are you gonna join the library?